What's up, guys? How you guys doing this morning? Oh, new? They added like a... I swear that's not new. They added like a grippy section to these bottles now. Yeah, that is new. Wow. Nutri-Score C. Look, this is actually not as bad as some other things. And it's probably because it's just flavored water. Okay. Okay, let's get into today. I had a bit of a hiccup this morning. I came in, turned my lights on, and the light that's like directly above me, the most important one, didn't turn on. So I had to steal one of my other lights, one of the less important ones. That's fine. I was almost late because I woke up like super early today, and I'm like, I got a bit of time. What's the point in coming into work at like 6:30? I'm just gonna play a little bit of Bannerlord. Before I know it, it's already 8:30. But it's good news. It's good news. I was able to successfully finish a war that I had been struggling to fight. So there's this. So like I'm in Bannerlord, right? And I'm like really strong. How you doing, Angel Piecer? I'm really strong, and my clan is they're kind of pussies, right? They don't really do anything. They barely ever fight in wars. I'm the one that has to initiate everything. It's angering. And we go to war with this tiny little nation that is just like barely holding out. They have 3 small little, towns, villages, and then 1 major town. They don't even have any castles. And unfortunately, they have built up this single town so well. It's like some civilization 4x single town with like over 1,000 defenders. And I'm part of this clan, or this faction, that we probably maybe have 1,000 units in our army total, like out of everybody. And so I'm just like, well, how do I fight this? I can't go besiege them because they'll just slowly whittle me away while I'm setting up the siege engine. They have 60 days worth of food in their stock. So even if I bring an army and we try to wait them out, they're gonna destroy us then anyway. So I'm trying to like mount this siege and fight this town with this measly army. And then at the end of this castle, because it's I'm playing a total conversion mod for Bannerlord that turns it into feudal Japan, and I have to like snake up this pathway up to the castle, and it's just a murder pit up there. So even if I can get up there with a little bit of health left, I just everybody just dies immediately. So I've been at my wit's end trying to fight and destroy this faction for like 6 hours of gameplay. And finally this morning we were able to do it. I was able to lure a couple of their leaders outside. And I kind of fight like a dog. I basically just murder every person in the game. I capture them, take them prisoner, execute. And at some point the game is like, oh, there's nobody left to lead this faction, so I guess you guys take it now. That's my strategy. And I didn't have to do that this time, but I almost did. How you doing, C-Spawn Blister D? How's the morning going? How were your hightail playthroughs? Or not hightail. Okay, I do have something funny to say about that though. But how was your high guard? Sorry, too many highs in this month. Oh, how are the ratings looking? How are Steam DB charts? Should we check that out before we get into work? Let's go see it. We'll start off with the bad. 9,000 players.
Daddy.
Sorry, 10,000. Oof. 31% negative reviews. Oof. Oof. This is out. Yeah, it's out. People have their minds made up. I agree with you, C-Spawn. Like, I went in, I watched it. Okay, so I went in and I watched some gameplay, right? I also try to give every game that I play or see a fair chance. Did people decide on this game before it came out? Absolutely. But then I watched some gameplay and I realized, okay, it's not that bad of a game. But it's very weird to have large maps 3v3, it doesn't really do anything that's new. And everything that it does do has been done better in other games. So I don't know who it's really meant for. And you know, that's leaving aside like technical and performance issues with which are absolutely a problem. But as the game, as like the game design itself, it just looks. I just don't know who it's for. I don't know what it's trying to be. It doesn't really say, "Hey, we fit this niche, and we're going to absolutely change everything about this niche. We are going to define this niche. We're going to make the game that fits for the, you know, small portion of players that we want to appeal to, and that's how we're going to survive for the next 10 to 15 years." Because that's fine. That tons of games do that. Tons of online games successfully make money and survive that way. But it just, it's weird. It's very weird. What'd you make, Buzz 3D? Let me see it. Oh my god, there he is. Holy dick suck. Ooh! He's so cute! Can he give hugs? He like walks so happily. I love it. This is the most friendly arc in Arc Raiders. Dude, this is so cool. He looks amazing. Was control rig hard to learn? Procedural walking is a pain, but I got it running. That's absolutely incredible. Maybe we could put some cute little robots in Redlock that walk around like that. And we could give them a 3D nav mesh so they could walk on walls and stuff. Just like Rivals didn't invent anything? I mean, you're right that a game doesn't need to invent anything. I guess for me, I look at Highguard and I wonder, I really just wonder like who it's for. Because we've had like 3 games come out recently that fits within this niche, in this genre, that I think do it better and have more interesting like characters and artistic elements. You know, part of this kind of felt a bit like old school in the way that the PvP played, and I'm a fan of that, right? You know, I take a look and I kind of feel like some Fat Princess vibes in the way that this plays, if you guys remember that game. You know, building up your fort, defending and like that. You know, it feels a bit more old school like that. I appreciate that. I'm not a big fan of just team-based deathmatch. It's kind of boring. I like objectives. But I don't know. I don't know. Nothing about this was like, yeah, I need to try this out. Looks more interesting than Arc Raiders too. Hey, everybody's got their preferences. And some people just have bad preferences. I'm just kidding. How's Arc Raiders doing in comparison? Yeah, it's still doing pretty strong. Still doing pretty well. Good to see. I will definitely jump back in when they add like a new map or something, or like some big new arc. It's been a while since I played. I think they lost a ton of money on that game. Yeah. Yeah. I bet that a good amount of money was lost. Not like a crazy amount. I don't think that this was a super high budget production. But it was probably between 20 to 50 million in total cost. And they probably had a bigger marketing budget that they just decided not to spend at the last minute. They mentioned that it was supposed to be shadow dropped, which is not the greatest of... If you're going to shadow drop something, you have to be damn sure that the gameplay is fun. And for me, you know, I watched somebody play the tutorial. The tutorial looks really poorly designed and didn't really lead you to experience what the game is meant to be like. As far as I know, there are no AI enemies, so you can't even do practice or play against AI. And the gameplay itself was just... It's not like it was bad, but it was a very unpolished gameplay loop in a very large map where it's 3 versus 3. So you don't really have a whole lot of encounters, and then the encounters that you do have are not really that interesting because it's just shooting someone else. You know, there's no crazy special mechanics here at play. So I don't know. That's just my initial thoughts, though I haven't played it personally yet. Maybe we should. Maybe we could. Maybe we could. But we need to finish up with this first. This will not take me all day to do. So we will have some time afterwards. Okay, I made a post in our internal chat about what we uncovered yesterday. I'm going to copy some of that. Or all of that. And we're going to take a look. And I'm just going to like summarize even further and expand upon what we found out here. And my plans for how we can develop main shaft, level rooms, game modes, gameplay options, and handle some persistence and other stuff. Although we do need to delve deeper into like persistence. That's a whole nother thing. It's like Overwatch, Apex, Deadlock, and now Let's Mix Fantasy and Guns. I will say this about Deadlock, because Deadlock is another game that I have not played. These are really just not my types of games anymore. You know, I was like big into TF2, played hundreds of hours of that. But after that, like, you know, after that and like old school Battlefield, games just kind of changed for me. Deadlock is already just way more interesting visually. These 3 screenshots have more visual flair to me and something more unique than High Guard. Heard tons of good things from game devs playing Deadlock. I have heard the same thing. I have not heard a single bad thing about Deadlock, and I heard that they added like a new character that's pretty cool. Can you give me an invite? Can I? How do I do that? I have access. I have not played it. I didn't know it was still like closed access. Access is currently limited to friend invites via our playtesters. How do I do it? I've never played it. I've had access like really for a really long time, and I just haven't done anything with it. Sorry if I've been keeping you guys from playing it. Heard it's invite only? Okay, hold on. Deadlock, how to invite. Open the game, click invite your friend, select a friend, and send the invite. Okay, I would have to launch the game from that. If you want access, send me a DM on Discord, and I can give you access. I can install it later. All right, let's write this up. Let's write up a little bit of our technical level design so far, what we understand about level instances, data layers, and world partition. It'll be a very annoying day to write it up. You know what I was thinking this morning? I was going to say the other day, but it was literally this morning. I think a lot of the reason why Unreal Engine developers have the perception of being, or are perceived as being, incapable of developing games from gamers is that Unreal Engine developers are not incapable of developing games, but we are forced to hyper specialize into learning black box features that are added to the engine to the point where it's not really common for the average Unreal developer to engage with the engine's backend because they are forced to work with these black box technologies. Like a new, you know, something new comes out, like PCG. Well, in order to learn how to effectively use PCG, you literally have to deep dive into it for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks until you become essentially a specialist in PCG. And you can get a job doing PCG in Unreal because of that knowledge. But then they keep adding on to it to the point where it's like you have to either pick or choose a couple technologies to become proficient at, or you become a master of none, right? And it's different from just, you know, being able to start your own engine from scratch, you know, work hard on basic rendering techniques, drawing some triangles on the screen, getting a few boxes placed around. And there's almost some like level of simplicity to that I think a lot of Unreal developers miss. Because we're having to deep dive into these weird things that are meant for, you know, to handle some massive world like Fortnite, but really we're just trying to make some small open world. But by doing that, we have to learn this. Kind of annoying. You know what I mean? Wouldn't mind having access? Like I said, just send me a DM on Discord. Send me a DM, and I can invite anybody on my friends list. Or if you're not on my friends list on Steam, I can add you. I think it goes into character creation and implementation direction. Sadly, I know there are a lot of character artists out there. I know some character artists, Bless 3D. You've already made more characters than they have. So, I don't know. There's not a lot of people willing to do stuff on their own time or like just for free or for learning purposes. And I get it. I get it. You know, if you're good at something, why do it for free? That kind of mentality. But somebody else is doing it for free on their free time and gaining more experience than you. That's just the reality of game dev. Done 0% modeling. I suck at modeling. Okay, so we need to talk about, what do we need to dive into? We need to dive into should we start with like level instances? I don't know if I really want to specifically talk about initial understanding of technologies, but rather like our initial findings. This will be a living document, right? Because we need to expand upon what we've figured out and learned here. Level instances. Packed level actors for sure. I'm missing something. Data layers, that's one. And world partition. I'm gonna reorder these though. I'm gonna move this up. Yeah, that's like top to bottom, biggest to largest. That'll work well. And then we had that fast geo streaming plugin that we could mention. I didn't really mess with blueprints and the tiniest bit of C# and Lua, but it wasn't any good really until blueprint. Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel the same way. Once I started to delve into blueprints though, I was able to work backwards at understanding some like coding fundamentals. Okay. World partition. What were our initial findings using world partition? Oh, sorry about that. We didn't actually dive into world partition too much. We did a little bit with the runtime streaming grid. I think I mentioned that somewhere here. Yeah, we can use a separate runtime grid to enable small proximity 2D rendering of the entire shaft. keep this simple for now. Well, variations in streaming for different objects, which we can effectively use to render our entire facility main shaft. .5 kilometers vertical, while having a separate grid for our not condensed, isolated rooms and levels. Blueprint has been your go-to thing of lately for building or working on about anything whenever possible. It's good. I mean, blueprints in a lot of cases are going to be negligibly slower than C++. Especially when we have modern CPUs, right? And most Unreal Engine games are going to be bottlenecking at the GPU instead of the CPU. That doesn't mean that you should be lackadaisical or lazy. But it's more about picking your battles, right? I'll send the streaming separately, leave it out of the spatial system. Yeah, that's another thing too. Individual actors can be specifically excluded from world partitions, automatic streaming by, I think it's disabling, right? It's, yeah, disabling the Boolean. Oh fuck, what's it called? Spatial system. I don't remember what it's called. Hold on, let me load it up. Started your project over, finally made the same progress in shorter time, which helps the dopamine. Oh, you was starting in, like in C# and Lua, and then you were moving over to Blueprints? Yeah, I can really prototype fast in Blueprints. Oh my god, hurry up. I just need to check one Boolean. Please. Okay, what's it called? What is it called? Is spatially loaded. No, wait, I'm in visual. Here we go. If we turn this off, they will be ignored entirely. This forces them to fall back to data layer visibility first, and then, well, it's not really data layer visibility first. It would be individual actor visibility, but we'll just say this forces them to fall back to data layer visibility. Manual control. Anything else about world partition that we specifically found out here? We know about different runtime grids, or I guess partitions. Not really yet. Not really. (2D) partition. Loading range can be used to load things vertically around in a radius around the player. Or around streaming sources. Player controllers are automatically considered streaming sources, but individual can be made for more seamless loading / teleportation of players. Hey, Senor Kitty. How goes game making? One day at a time. Today's a boring day. We're just writing up what we found out yesterday. But it's very important things that we found out. I don't prefer documentation days, but it is necessary. Mostly what we found out was about like level instances packed and packed level actors, which I think is good. Let's include this. Experimental plugin called Fast Geo Streaming. Speeds up streaming of static non-gameplay actors. And it was enabled like per partition, I believe, right? Or I think it was like just project wide. Yeah, I mean documents are important too. It would be easy to skip them now because I can just talk with Cuthbert and Rex, but you know, imagine if we brought somebody else onto the team. You know, I'd have to go over all that again, or I could just say, hey, you know, you're a level designer, give this a quick overview, then we're going to go over it on a call together. We'll get you set up with a small level to start off with, you know, onboard you a bit, play around on a separate branch, don't worry if you mess anything up. You know, it all helps. It all helps. And I don't think a lot of people consider what would happen if they brought somebody else onto the team to work with them, because you know, how do you onboard somebody after potentially years of already working? This plugin was used in tandem with packed level actors in the Matrix. It was called Matrix Awakens, right? Yeah. Speed up streaming of buildings, roads, and other static geometry. Okay, level instances. I'll just delete the things we've already covered. Swap this out. Our initial belief was that level instances would be a benefit to our game, but on further inspection, the traditional usage or use cases of them will not benefit us greatly. We won't be having prefab reusable structures, level setups. Kind of a lame way to end that sentence, but that's pretty much it. Instead, we'll be relying on bespoke and unique level layouts that all differ from each other. And smaller reusable elements can be handled via blueprints. Can a packed level actor have a blueprint that's just static meshes? Because it creates a separate level which you can use to update the packed level actor. Should ignore anything that isn't as static mesh as those assets and components can't be used in the packed level actor blueprint. But it says assets and components. I could make one and check. Found something that encrypts your files? Man, who wants my files though? Can we not include blueprints that are just static meshes? As for static, repeated geometry or performance is critical. I think a lot of our buildings will benefit from this. Large levels with repeating structures, geometry assemblies, dense nanite meshes that benefit from instancing. Single-use unique geometry, no benefit from instancing. True. I made you yawn, sorry about that. Starbound soundtrack does that, doesn't it? Very small and simple meshes have an overhead, really. Performance diminishing returns, fewer than 3 to 5 instances of a PLA in your level. Assets with minimal geometry, the instancing overhead is bigger than the benefits. Highly unique, non-repeating scene elements. I mean, we'll have to test each individually. It's as simple as that, which we were planning to do anyway. This is nice though. I mean, it doesn't really seem like you could include blueprints of any kind, even if they only contain static mesh components. It makes me wonder, because we were, Rex and I were talking about maybe making a single static mesh for like cave walls, things that we didn't really intend to change, and that might be more performant individually. But it's not impossible that it would be cheaper to build out the cave walls normally and then pack them into a packed level actor. Hmm. PLAs can contain other PLAs for complex assemblies. You shouldn't nest too deep though. I bet they work with PCG too. Hmm. Multiple instances of the same PLA exist. I mean, instead of doing individual, well, no, because that wouldn't help at all. The whole PLA gets loaded. It says it works with world partition, but if you load the PLA, it loads the entire PLA. Yeah, we'll have to profile it really closely. It's a good article though. Annoying. Okay, level instancing. What else do we find out? This we have. Data layers and levels must exist in the main world too. That's more to do with data layers. And most of what we found out about level instances had to do with packed level actors. We could mention it here too. Level instances that include data layers must have those data layers existing in the main world as well in order to two things: inherit their initial runtime state, as well as receive commands or data layers from BP's CPP. Now, we'll have some additional time today. I wanted to check out the Fable gameplay too, because I haven't actually seen that yet. We can play a game of high cards. I need to catch up on some game stuff. Have any of you guys played it yet? Did you guys try out High Guard? Are you one of the 10,000 current players? Packed level actors. Or the most interesting finding from our initial research. Writing a clean and simple way to convert static mesh content into a level instance with instanced static meshes already set up. When were those added into Unreal? Because honestly, I feel like that alone is enough of a reason to use newer versions of Unreal Engine that suffer from GPU utilization and draw call issues. Because man, was the performance so good. These PLAs have full support for Nanite, and data layers. One benefit. In testing, depending Well, we should say too, biggest benefits. Let me reword that. You'll see a larger benefit on converting reused meshes over to a PLA compared to completely unique single-use meshes. In other words, modular buildings are great to convert, while a few individual unique meshes will not, or are not. How you doing, Onion? You saw Highguard's Steam page? What the fuck is that game? Did you not hear about it before? So, not this game, because that game's actually good. Highguard was the game at the end of the Game Awards that Jeff Keighley announced. Apparently for free, by the way. Something that usually you would have to pay a lot of money to get into the last spot on the Game Awards for. He went out of his way to showcase this game completely free of charge for them, stating that this was essentially meaning that this was the next big upcoming PvP multiplayer shooter, and everybody should be excited for it. And absolutely nobody was excited by the trailer they showed. And yeah, he doubled down on Twitter, not just for like a day, but ever since. He even tweeted recently, thoughts on Highguard so far? Highguard isn't this is Polygon, by the way. This is the same people that couldn't figure out how to play Doom. Highguard isn't DOA. In fact, after 4 hours, I'm convinced it's one of the best new shooters in years. Okay, so my thoughts on this. There's two possible scenarios for this. He either has a friend working on this game, somebody he really, really likes, or he has somebody he really, really, really hates. And he was able to convince them to showcase their game that he knew was bad in order to just make a mockery of it. It can only be one of those two things. Because if he hates it, Dramulks, what better way to get back and get revenge on somebody that you hate than to forcefully show off their game to tens of millions of people and to hype it up just to watch it go down like this? You didn't have to do anything. Where's your fun, Dramulks? You didn't have some conspiracy theories. God damn you. You're probably right, though. You're probably right. Let me have my yaoi fan fiction, alright? Jesus.
You can't spell Microraptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Thanks for that. If it wasn't for the bad press, you wouldn't know about this game. They were gonna like shadow drop it just out of nowhere. I don't see how that would have gone well, but I do think it would have gone better than this. Using Matrix awakens buildings. Nanite base pass. Cost went down significantly, along with total GPU usage. We should say utilization. Converting buildings from individual, modular, static meshes over to PLAs, ISMs. VRAM usage was unchanged from the conversion. That's pretty much to be expected though. And lowering total GPU utilization is going to be good anyway because you can use that somewhere else. If I had to guess, it's because all the meshes were nanite anyway, so it's not like we didn't do anything to change textures, we didn't do anything to change how nanite is handling the single draw call, right? So potentially you could probably see VRAM utilization go down without having nanite meshes and switching them over to PLAs, potentially. But you would see the same VRAM usage between nanite and non-nanite packed level actors, which makes sense. Still good though. Still good though. There's a lot of really good Unreal games that don't really use that much VRAM, but they do have a lot of GPU utilization, and so lowering that is a positive. It's good to know how we can do that in one way. Data layer usage will remain largely unchanged from what we intended to use them for in the first place. But we should separate. It'd be best for us to consider complete separation of interactive gameplay elements, platforms, and other background geometry. With multiple game modes options in mind. Having platforms in their own data layer will allow us to easily switch out platforming content on the fly, even during runtime, if need be. And one of those we need to consider is that, like, the hallucinogenic gases that the player can get hit with, like a hazard, we can throw all of the hallucinogenic gas platforms into a separate data layer. Like, those are the ones that the player hallucinates, and they will look largely the same, but maybe have like a little bit of a shimmering effect, or some material additionally on them to show that they are fake if you look closely enough. And those are meant to trick the player. They don't have any collision and don't have any gameplay elements, so they would largely be static geometry. Well, maybe not. Maybe they would just not have collision. That's what I'm thinking. Those should be fun. You know, if we could take, I'm just like thinking here. Depending on how much time it takes to make, you know, all the platforming sections, it would be really cool to just design some complete new ones and switch them out. If we have a really modular data layer driven workflow, we could easily move things around and switch things out for different gameplay experiences, like a hard mode or just an alternative pathway for people who really like the game and want to experience the same game but with completely different platforming. But we need to have good architecture for that. That is a must. Let me see a sec. We should put goals. We should put goals or developer stories. As a developer, I want to be able to easily iterate upon levels without disturbing others. As a developer, these are largely what we came up with yesterday. Hello, Zarla. Been a while. How's it going? Welcome back. And did you know that you can get a 50% off a yearly plan of Proton Pass with our affiliate link? Welcome back. Here's an ad. Right in your face. I want to be able to switch between level layouts on the fly during runtime. As a developer, I want to ensure that streaming performance is great and the level loading is as seamless as possible. That's an important one. And as a developer, I want to have a manager with easy function calls for swapping out data layers, easy to use and asynchronous. Function calls for swapping out data layer. I spelled asynchronous correctly. Still living life, I guess. Yeah, I know how you feel. I really do. You wake up and you're like, today's a day. Today is a day. Of all the days, today is one of them. Yeah, take care, Buster D. Hey, really cool work on the robot, too, that you made. We gotta talk about that. We got plans. I have this weird desire to have spider robots walking on the walls. Maybe not in this game, but maybe. But for sure in the, like, immersive sim that we want to make. And you just got us one step closer to that. Fuck yeah. I'm only doing only 4 almonds, okay? Don't get worried, it's only 4, I'm not gonna get fat. What other developer stories do we need? Honestly, I'm okay with those. We can come back and write some more if we need to. Main shaft. This is our most technologically demanding scene, as we need 2.5 kilometers of meshed and relatively busy shaft to be visible, lit, and shadowed while the player is platforming here. What kind of almonds? Good question. Migdawi, Kalifornijskie, Wuskane. So they are Californian almonds. They have no salt. They're just straight ass almonds. They were packaged in Gdańsk. Beautiful city, Gdańsk. I haven't been in there in a couple years. At least a couple years. They have a beautiful old town though. Famous granary, very old. Beautiful port area. I'm gonna get up there this summer. It's this beautiful mix between Polish and German town because it's right there, and it's been owned by both sides throughout history. And the Germans love to go there for holidays. Yeah, I do wish they had salt, but it's probably better for my health if they don't have salt. Crochet pixel art? What is crochet pixel art? Is it like crocheting pixel art or pixel art that looks like crochet? Makes me think of Sackboy. What a cute little guy in a franchise that they have not really done anything with for a while. So this is our most technologically demanding scene, as we need 2.5 kilometers of meshed and relatively busy shaft to be visible, lit and shuttered while the player is platforming here. I believe a separate runtime grid and or non-spatially handled a non-spatially handled packed level actor would be our best options for keeping GPU utilization to a low while maintaining full visual fidelity with the extreme rendering. All meshes that comprise the outer shaft walls, piping, lettering, etc. would be nanite enabled, though certain aspects like platforms and emergency station airlocks. I think we have a separate document for emergency airlocks, don't we? Yes, RL 820. We'll likely need to be loaded without spatial handling or separated into a different or into a specific runtime grid. Googling C crochet would give some good examples. Cock to cock crochet. I like that. Yeah, you could do the old like granny square method of making crochet blankets. I don't know what that's called. Square crochet blanket. Like these, right? You combine the squares. Grafkin? Make me search some devil language. Oh, there's a rainbow unicorn. That's if you really like other men. I only like some men though, so I can't have that. Yeah, it is cool though. There used to be like this, I used to do this old thing when I was younger called, like loop crochet. You know, it's like, you have like a plastic pattern? No, I don't know what it's called. Like for beginners. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called. And my mom would know. But she's busy sleeping. My mom was big into like arts and crafts and stuff. And so then of course I was too. Main shaft. Hero main scene, very demanding. Separate runtime grid. Streaming separately, leave it out of the spatial system. Oh yeah. Maintaining low VRAM cost by using simple textures and reusing as many as possible will be key to ensuring low VRAM usage in such a large area. Hey, Cheesel, how's it going? One of our biggest benefits here is having a single stationary directional light with no dynamic day-night cycle. We can likely reduce shadow. Well, we wouldn't have any shadow updates, right? Lumen and Mega Lights will do the heavy lifting. But we should be able to avoid constant shadow updates. What's it called? I can visualize it somehow. I forget what it's called though. The surface cache. It has cache in it. Forget the name of it though. The light is shadow cache. Shadow. Oh god, what's it called? Something cache. It's the VSM shadow cache. Constant VSM shadow cache invalidation. Hopefully. Because that's one of the biggest costs of like a dynamically lit open world scene with Lumen is you're constantly invalidating the virtual shadow map cache. Crochet's much fun, but it's nice to have something I'm good at. If only a craft. My wife really likes it too. She's getting really good at it as well. Getting better at navigation in my car, learning the streets and landmarks is kind of fun. Man, I'm scared to drive. I get too distracted. I'd be one of those like dad drivers who's just like, shut up! Shut up! I'm trying to drive! Turn off the light! So it's fun just to accidentally click on Steam and just I get blasted in the face with high guard. That giant red, mostly negative in my face. Oof. Oof. Okay, second up is our level rooms. This refers to the separate rooms we have in the facility. I'll take a screenshot of these. You're terrified to go 10 miles per hour because I was scared of moving. And maybe I'm over, I'm worrying too much, but I feel like that's better than just jumping behind the wheel and being like, ooh, let's press the gas fully down now. visualized below. The most likely, smartest plan will be converting all static geometry. Can you edit a packed level actor in the same way that you can a level instance? Did we test that? I don't think we did test that. Let's test it right now. We won't be saving anything today either, so we can just kind of go fast, go hard. If I click edit, that will open up the packed level actor. But can I edit this? Yeah, wait, hold on. Did that update the level? Yes. Update packed blueprints? Yes. And interestingly enough, if you update the packed blueprint, it doesn't seem to need a recompile. That's quite interesting. Okay, that's 3 very incredibly useful things to know here, actually. Packed level or PLAs can be individually edited in the same way that, or can be edited in scene as in the same way that any level instance can be. Let me double check that it does not require a resave. Save current level. Update packed blueprint. So that it needs a save if we do it that way. But if I edit it this way, yeah, interesting. So if I edit it this way, it seems to automatically, I think, save the packed level actor. So I don't think it works in the same way like a macro library does, where if you update a macro, you don't need to update the, you don't need to do a recompile. It just this way will automatically do the saving. So it's okay, it's fine. What was the other thing? They can be edited in scene the same way that any level instance can be. And once edited, you can easily update the packed level actor asset. That's big. That's really good info to know. Because then it means we can put all of our static geometry into there, but we can still edit it in the same way that you would normally want to edit it. Just by, you know, going into the scene and moving things around as you would normally expect to do. It's just here you would now have to click on this and be like, oh, this is a separate packed level editor. Let me just do that. And then I can move it around here. So it's a little bit of a different workflow from like just working directly in the map. We should also mention too that in level instances, one thing that I forgot to mention, individual actors can be excluded from appearing in a level instance by editing the source level and enabling the B is main world only Boolean on individual actors. This is useful for throwing down a light source. See what you're doing without having to delete it every time. Got cold, so suddenly down here in Texas it was 80 less than a week ago. Now it's 30. Yeah, we were taking a look at that the other day. There's a big cold streak going through the US right now, isn't there? Especially in the Midwest. It's pretty damn cold. Pretty cold. Not a lot of snow though, it's just cold as shit. Oof. All static geometry to PLAs per level room. We'll need to test if this helps performance on a case-to-case basis. Some rooms/areas may be easier to leave up to world partition with individual static meshes. To reiterate, this will not be universally applied. Each level room will be tested and optimized individually. A bit of sleet at your place? Not enough to make black ice? Oh, jeez. I lived in Wisconsin. We know all about black ice up there. That shit's dangerous. Be driving down the highway at night and hit a patch. It's like, oop. You know, the nice thing is, you know, up in like Wisconsin, there's just a lot of like fields and stuff. It can get a little hilly, but there's usually some fields. So sometimes if you hit a patch of black ice and you do end up going off road, thankfully you're not going to hit things for the most part. It's still dangerous though, and still scary. Worst case, you have like a deer that's just licking salt off the road. That's dangerous too. Separate data layers for platforms, disable spatial loading. Yeah, also to handle platforms, which are a crucial gameplay element that we don't want to let world partition hide individual parts of. The best plan is to use data layers with all platform pieces removed from spatial, is it spatial loading? Yes. As we intend to use nanite, this shouldn't incur additional VRAM overhead. Well, it will from the meshes themselves, though we'll need to be conscious of texture usage. It's 3:24. You gotta work at 11. Yeah, take care. It was good seeing you, Lazola. Hope you're doing well, and nice to see you. Have a fun day at work. Have as good of a day as you can. That's about all I can say about level rooms for now. We'll mention game modes and gameplay options. Oh, I still have I didn't change my stream title. I'll just put that we're doing technical documentation today. Although depending on how much we get through, because I really don't have a whole lot to look through today. I kind of need to plan out the next couple streams. Although we might do some more documentation. We need to prepare for the next milestone. Or we jump back into the camera and we start to figure it out. But we'll see. We'll see. We will see. Some game modes, that's RL A13 and RL A14, may require different platforming setups compared to I just thought of something. You know, if we have like the emergency station power, right? And we have lights that we don't want to be on because of that. I don't think we can convert all static geometry to the packed level actor. Well, we could, because there's like two types of lights, right? There's like a emissive light bar, if we want to use emissiveness. And I don't know if we do, but if we do want to do that, we could use a material parameter collection to drive whether or not that light is, quote, on, right? We can just drive an emissiveness parameter and like a base color parameter. That's pretty cheap and easy to do. But there might be other lights that we do need to have as like blueprints, because they will need actual light sources. Those would not be able to be put into a PLA, but we could definitely put those into a separate data layer. I should include that. Some lighting will have to be kept separate, primarily those with actual light components. These BPs can be put in a separate data layer. Emissive based lighting, such as those used for the facility's emergency lighting or for other ambients, could be included in a PLA with a material parameter collection driving both base color and emissiveness. We'll see what we want to do. I mean, I imagine that driving that through a material parameter collection is likely going to be a cheaper option compared to having individual blueprints that we make calls to on tick or when lights are supposed to change. There's a bit of a trade-off. In some cases, one is better, in other cases, another is better. It could also depend on how many we have loaded at one time. We'll see. We will see. That's what our beautiful corner is for. That's what the optimization passes are for that we plan to do. When do we plan to do that? Some of the timings are weird here. I mean, we're going to be doing some with the beautiful corner. Some. Profiling optimization pass is going to be done on the vertical slice too, right before we release into early access. I want an early access release that feels optimized. That is just like this is a part of the game. Here's how it feels. Here's how it's going to look. Here are your optimizations. It'd be a horrible idea to go to early access with a shitty running game. Especially in this day and age. Ugh. Did you guys watch the new Night of the Seven Kingdoms episode? You guys are watching that? There was a massive penis at the start of the episode. I wish I was lying. It was massive. It was a huge donger. It was big. It made me feel inadequate. I've always felt that way though. Fake? It probably was fake. What's a good example? It was big, dude. It was. Hold on. Yes. Full screen. If this is the on-screen ruler, okay, then we're looking. This schlong was probably about. It was big. It was a big donger. It was wow. It was wow. The episode was good though. The episode was good. Looks like a turret. I can't show you the donger on Twitch, of course, but if you're really curious what it looked like, just a Night of the Seven Kingdoms penis. Type that in incognito, go to Google Images. I am 99% sure it's gonna pop up there. It was wild. We have different platforming setups compared to the base game. Well, not something we'll investigate for our initial early access release. We do need to know how we're going to solve it. As soon as possible, if we can set up our levels with it in mind, it will become much easier to have those alternative experiences ready to go when we need it. We plan to control data layer visibility for these modes and options through a data table where we can compare I don't know, like, we'll just say control through data table. That's all I know. Like, I don't know how we're gonna hook into the level loading, because maybe we can just use common tags or, you know, a naming scheme that we can parse the name of and see if it matches in order to determine this should be on or off, right? Like, I don't know. We're gonna find some way to easily manage it, but honestly, it's not so complex of a game that taking a couple hours maximum to set up a new game mode in a data table is really that much work. Does it need to be optimized to become 1 hour or 10 minutes? Probably not. You know, if the cost of doing the action is faster than the cost of reducing the time to complete that action, then there's just not much use to it. And I don't think we're gonna have so many game modes and difficulty options that require swapping out data layers. That a couple hours is that big of a deal. We'll see though. We'll see though. It'll take a lot longer to build the levels anyway. Persistence. Some of our actors and parts of levels will require us to handle persistence of options, dates, data. There is an experimental plugin. What is it called? I think it's literally called like World Partition Persistence or something. Level Streaming Persistence. That appears to solve this internally. And I think there was also a free UE5 World Partition Persistence GitHub. I saw there was a GitHub for this here. Steve's Persistent Unreal Data Library, SPUD. You mark actors in your levels as persistent by picking properties to save. All property types supported. Dynamically spawned objects that exist at save are respawned on load. Level objects which have been destroyed are automatically redestroyed on level load. We haven't used these, either of these, so we don't know which one is going to be our best use. We don't know how performance is. You know, of course, a lot of persistence can bloat save files. We want to avoid that too, for a number of reasons. We have not investigated either of these options yet. And we will need to. I will need Kasper's help for that though, because he has some experience with that, and it'll just be better to rely on him for understanding some of the back-end complexities and how to, like, you know, enable all that. By and large though, I think this is a very good start to our technical design documentation for how we want to handle our levels. It's something, right? We can undo all this. Okay, well, we handled that a bit faster than I had thought. And like I mentioned, we kind of need to... I need to plan out what we want to do for Wednesday and Thursday. Two days. We can put in an article here, actually. We could do some production stuff. Like getting some tasks made, but because there's some sensitive information that's seen there, like emails, I would probably have to do that offline. Earl 8:30. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that right now. I'll try to get the logo moving forward in the background as well. We have like a rough shape of what we want this to look like. I can share that. We're just deciding if we like the way that it looks. Where is it? Oh, I don't have it here. Well, I can share that when we have something for it. Could we pull anything from first playable too? Death conditions, maybe? We could design our basic inventory. The good thing is it's just like some on-screen stuff, so it's very simple. We can even get like a very basic version of that working pretty fast. So I don't think that's going to take a long time. Yeah, a lot of these should be pretty fast. Hazards right now is mostly a visual thing. We need like smoke and heat haze, which I would think are relatively easy materials to make. Yeah, there's some good examples of this that we can check out and see how they look. Facility level overview. I might have to go through some of these things again just to make sure that they're updated. Endings documentation needs writing, but that's something we don't have to worry about right now. We probably need one for like cosmetics and rewards too, like in-game cosmetics and rewards, not anything that would cost money. Just rewards for like completing different objectives and difficulty options. Could be fun. We do need to make a new... One thing we could do tomorrow is we could make the version of the timed platform, or even we could do that today if we want. The timed platform that syncs as you stand on it. That does need to be made. We could make that today. Okay, let me go to the bathroom then, and when I get back, we can make that. We can make that platform. That's a good idea to spend the rest of the day on that. BRB. I'm ready. Let's go for it. Do we need any of this open? Yeah, I do want to check out the Fable gameplay later. We're going to check that out, but it's only like 20 minutes or something. I don't know how long it is, so I don't know how much I'll have to say. But we'll see how long this takes us, and we'll reserve like an hour at the end of the stream for going over the Fable gameplay. Because it looks like I don't know, from a couple screenshots I saw, it looks like a game that I might be interested in trying on stream. What are we doing? We're making new timed platform. We will probably need to update the timed platform documentation. The weird thing about this one, so the entire goal of this timed platform is one that it's like a rock sinking in lava, and as you stand on it, it sinks lower and lower. But when you jump off of it, it reappears. I'm thinking it's almost a new class, but with the same config. I need to see how it's set up, because if a lot of this config is handled in the parent, I think we're kind of okay. And we'll just make like a new base class, so not destroy or disappear, but rather like sink. I just gotta see what it looks like. Okay, where are my... platforms? Timed. Base. I mean, I think it should be okay. I imagine. Disappear just runs custom code, updates collision. Destroys different. Yeah, I really don't think this should be a problem. We'll just like make a new class based on the base. Timed platform. New child class. This we will call timed platform sync. We don't run any code while updating the platform, I think, though. No. If we move this to a function, though, we could override the function. Or we could run a custom function or event while this is playing. What's our best option for that? I mean, there's actually lots of ways we can solve this. We could even, you know, save the platform track's current value to a variable, and we could use that in some way. I could try a custom event for now. And because this will reverse, current timer amount. We can move this down to here. Custom code to run when timer is being actively updated. And in sync, what we can do is we can grab that. Call to parent. We'd probably need to update the config to have a sync amount. Let's see here. Save everything first. Structure ST platforms timed. Well, it's movement for right now. We'll do a full vector because we can then, you know, modify it in any 3 direction. We'll get a tooltip written for everything once we have it working. Okay, we don't want to save. We want to save this. Close, don't save. And reload. Trick to avoid a bug. We need to make a macro too. Okay, data, platforms, timed. Default is 0. That's what we want. On the update event, we want to get the data? I don't have that. I don't like that macros don't carry between children. They don't, right? Kind of annoying. I could just change those over to functions though if we want. Pure functions. How you doing, Kent? Happy day. Whatever day it is. Maybe I should move them over to functions. The macros felt elegant at the time. Not having them available in children is kind of a pain in the ass. Maybe I will do that. Get billboard data. Here. Yeah, we don't need any inputs for this. It'll be chill. Nice and easy. The show editor billboard. Get mesh data. Okay, we have data. Wait. Mesh override. Overlap mesh offset. Overlap mesh scale. Overlap mesh debug. Get step off behave. Alright, looks good. Get overlay material. Data. Yeah, overlay material. Destruction data. Destruction rest collection. The neighbors are banging already? I had to make some noise this morning because one of my lights went out. The worst one too, the light right above my head. I stole a light from back further in the room that doesn't really do anything for the stream. They don't look cheap though. I'll show you what the light looks like. I mean, I do have like somebody who owns this room, so they probably have like a spare. I'm not gonna spend money on a new light for this place. But look at this thing. Sylvania. Doesn't say anything about it though. CFD 18 watt 840. Big little thing. I kind of wonder what they cost. Sylvania. CFD 18 watt 840. No, they're not too bad. It is a bit expensive though for a single light bulb, but like 20 zloty. Like $5. What can you do? I'm not gonna buy that though. Get the guy who owns this place to buy it. Okay, we need one more for get movement data. Do a select. Mount to move. Okay, then we'll just find all the uses of this macro and switch it out with the functions. Oh, I didn't make those peer. Hold on. I think I did for this one. Construction. I feel like I missed one. No, it looks good. Yeah, we're good. Okay, get overlaying material. Timer data. Oh, we missed making one. We missed making the timer data. That's why it felt weird. Respawn timer and platform timer. Respawn timer. Platform timer. Okay, what else we got? Step off behavior. Switch that out. Event binding. Here. Step off behavior. I will double check the. Well, those aren't functions. Events. Oh, we can try deleting them. They'll complain if we didn't remove them. You know what? I might have updated the construction script with them. I did. Yep, more mesh data. Climbable data. Billboard data. Old debug. Okay, we should be good now. And then we can put all of these into like data grabbers. And respawn and update collision don't use them at all, so we should be good there. Okay. Okay, that's better. I feel better about that. A little bit annoying, but... I can now get the current timer amount. Did I set the offset for the mesh? Can't really update an offset. We could... It might be easiest to cache the world location and then just lurk between those two. I worry how that might work with like a moving platform though. Because we want that working for the moving platforms, right? Like moving platform plus sinking platform is what we want. But if we just do the cache location and go downwards, it's going to freeze and spot, right? And then go downwards. We don't want that. We want it to follow. So I think it does need to... We do need to add an offset, but in order to do that, we still need to... We need to do a little bit of math, I think. Can we add a world offset to the whole thing? Yeah, we can add actor world offset. But on update, we still need to lerp. We need to divide it. We just multiply. It is an add, it's not a set. What I worry about. Because we're just adding that delta. Would that work? I mean, unless we just cached its location every time and we modify that, but that, I don't know if that would look good. Hmm. It would have to be an offset. It would have to be an offset. Because otherwise, the way that the whole moving platform would work would be incorrect. We also might need to modify it based on the actor's up vector or the world up vector as an option. But we need it to be a smoothed offset addition. I'm thinking the only way that we do that is to much easier if I could just set the world offset. Because I don't like it, like we're not including the time you know, as part of this. Unless I dynamically calculated how much it should sync each moment based on that. I don't like the sound of that. Platform actor. Sync. What does this look like? Yeah, see, adding in the offset helps a lot. Like, that's exactly the behavior that we want. Hey, Jim. Signing blocks to better poop your pants, honestly? Yes, exactly. You've got it. I just needed to come back up. Okay, let's add a little bit more functionality to this. Can I grab if this is reversing? I actually don't know if I can. I can grab that, okay. Could I just clamp the offset? Can I get the current offset? I can only add actor offset. I cannot get current actor offset. I can get pivot offset. I don't... Only used in the editor. Can I really not get the current offset? I guess the current offset would... Yet this only assumes that the... This would assume that the root of something like the mesh would be... I don't know, let's try it. Inward location, distance. Because we're doing an offset, this should stay 0. Okay. That's good. So we could use the mesh's location. Wait, is that okay? No, because if it's 0, then it's not applying an well, it's applying an offset to the actor as a whole. We should probably be applying the offset to the mesh itself. Because then based on whether or not we're reversing, we could switch that back. Not the most elegant. But I think it would work. 75. It went down by about 75. Well, it's about 300 ticks. So what? We'd have to take the movement data. Why 300 though? I think is it 300 because of the timer? Well, the platform timer is only 5. But I think we would have to divide it by... I mean, this is all just arbitrary at this point. Is reversing... Do a select if true. One negative one. I really worry about the accuracy of this, even if it is functionally accurate or functionally correct. Why is that incorrect? 500. Oh, because movement data was zeroed out. Right. I didn't actually set anything for it. We'll do minus 25 on the Z. We can add in some debug later once it's working. Okay, it's going the wrong direction. Oh yeah, I know why. Should be fixed now. Wait, is it? Let me increase that. I can barely see it moving. Okay, it's going down. Did not reverse.
Daddy.
I wonder if I should... not add a world offset, but a local offset? Have I used a timer for this? This is using a timer. The problem is the timer works if the platform is static. But what if the platform isn't static? Because I really could just realistically just use like a... I could just adjust the location. Easy, right? We do that for everything. For any of our moving platforms. But if we needed to continue moving along that spline, then we have to use offset. But I'm thinking I'll do a local offset instead. And on reverse, we can always just lerp back to 0. Well, if it's reversing, then why can we not just multiply that by 0? In which case, why are we even doing with the multiplication at all? But we still need to do it for... Actually, we still need to do that. Never mind. It made sense. Why is my reverse not happening? Why being a dick? If it finishes, it won't reverse, right? Oh no, it still does work. That's weird. Maybe it's because it's killing it. Could be. No, I don't think it would be. Step off behaviors reverse. It should just reverse the timer. But I wonder if it's because the current time is set to 0 that it's not doing that. When are we resetting it? It shouldn't be resetting on reverse. Plane. Stuck at 1. We walk off. And it reset. It resets there. What's triggering that stop? We have it set to reverse. It should not be going down there. Respawn might be getting hit. It might be getting hit because of respawn. I can turn that off though, right? If set to less than equals 0, the platform will never respawn. That's what we want. That's the behavior. So it's not pushing that back up. And I think it's because we're trying to add that local offset. Instead of adding local offset, we could... Now we do need to add the negative local offset, but we need to like... That's so frustrating that I can't get the current offset. Is there really no way? With the doors. I would rather be working with a door. I would rather be working with a door. Getting shit to move is easy. Getting shit to move while it's also already moving is annoying. This is easy. You know, we've done moving platforms. That's a cinch comparatively. But now we have to ask ourselves, well, what if we want additional movement while it's already moving? Well, the timeline is moving the actor itself. So we can't be modifying the actor because then it's going to ruin everything. And we need it to work with all versions of our moving platform. So we need to be adding an offset. But I can add offset, but I can't get the offset. So it's like, okay, I can add the delta. How do I know what our current offset is in order to reverse it? Because now I'm dealing with like tiny fluctuations in float math that are eventually going to are going to ruin everything. The only way is to specifically limit the number of iterations it's allowed to do. That's it. Instead of running it on tick, I think what we need to do is when it's firing, we actually need to count the number of iterations that it's done. We need to like set a timer by function. And then count the number of iterations that it does, because the player can step off of the platform at any time. And then do the same number of iterations when the player steps off. But even then we're still working with, because what if the player jumps back on? Fucking hell. If we prevented it from being used for moving platforms, it would solve everything. It would be no problem. But the fact that we want to allow any actor to be used with moving platforms necessitates that we find a resolution. What if we just did the mesh location? And we don't do the offset, but we just adjust the mesh itself. We leave the root actor where it is. And we just update the mesh. We don't fuck with offset. Collision should be fine. Collision should be fine. Collision won't be a problem. This is not easy to solve because we need it working with our moving splines. That's the only issue. The collision won't be a problem. The collision won't be a problem. It's still a delta. Or we could just do a set. Functionally, this should work. Same there. Well, I do want it to be faster. I'll lower the platform times, or at least this one. For the other one, we would have to use a child to fuck around with it. I can do. See, that doesn't add it for the platform. Oops. Don't click that. Oh, let's get the actor location. Not the mesh. Doesn't set the world location. The value should be consistent. Oh, now it's being weird. Mesh plus mesh. Delta location. Are we not moving the? No, we're moving the whole actor. I know we're moving the whole actor. Here's why that doesn't move it down. The offset worked much better. I prefer the offset. It's cleaner. Much cleaner. Timeline is for sure working properly right now. Plane. No reset, right? Good. Reverse. Oh. Except that we aren't updating the Boolean now. We don't want to do that if respawn timer is... Unless we want some... Well, we don't want any one-offs in the game. And it's not replayable. Yeah, the problem with this is that we get those fluctuations. I mean, we could definitely lerp back to start. You know, to a zeroed cache location. When we are reversing. That's not an issue. Like, instead of doing the multiplier, we can still do this addition. But we'll use this Boolean. Or even just do it here to select. It should at least always go back to 0 then. Although it is pretty much instant because we're not lerping it. Curious why it's not working on that though. But it must be some way that we're updating that, which is why the offset worked. But it's weird that you can apply an offset, but you can't get an offset. That seems like an oversight. Maybe one of my blueprint function libraries has that. Potentially. Unless we literally just use the current actor's location. If we just offset the mesh. And we can split it up a bit easier here. But then I think in that case we would have to do a very controlled set of iterations. Because the same number of fires are not going to happen consistently. And we would still be dealing with some level of inconsistency from the floats. Unless we hard-coded the distance. But again, we have time inconsistency on that. Oh, that's annoying. It's just so obnoxious. Time inconsistency. Like, and it's easy to do a set number of loops, right? Like, we can just fire that regardless. But then that looks weird. Okay, delta to go down, that's easy, right? Because the player controls that. Delta to come back up. Reversing the timeline. What am I trying to do? Movement easy. Movement plus movement. Scary. That's why we're using the offsets. We could calculate the reverse, because it's easy to add, but we don't know how much we need to remove if we don't do a calculation of how much we need to remove, and how much time we have to remove it. But we only need to do that whenever the player steps off. We could tie that to a delegate if we really want. What would that look like? We definitely need the meshes location, actor location. Would assume our difference in the only location though, it wouldn't include. Well, we could do the transforms. Lerping the transforms might be smarter instead of just adjusting the location. Especially because we're trying to solve the moving splines problem. Moving splines can move in any direction that we want, so lerping the transforms would be a good thing to do. We're just lerping from its current transform back to actor location. At the end of it, then we could attach and snap. Or just at the end, we set its local location to 0 just to reset it completely. So we let the lerp run through. Well, until it gets stopped, of course, if the player like jumps back on, right? We could make a separate call for as well. Vita's in Namibia? I heard he's been doing like a whole African tour. No, lerps are the thing, but imagine now I'm telling you, when you step on your elevator, it needs to move in a different direction now, at the same time that it's still moving up or down. Then you'll start to understand what the issues I'm running into. Can't drag the spline there, no. No. Because think of it this way, you jump on a rock floating in magma. No problem. We just lerp it moving down. Easy. We already have that. But now imagine that the rock is moving along the spline, and you need to step on it. We can't set its location, because the spline is updating the actor location. The only thing we can realistically do is add like a local offset. We can do the local offset, but now I can't get the local offset because there's no option to in blueprints in order to reverse that. And the player could jump back in at any time. Just a math mess. How's it going, Paxion? How's the game going? It's good. Just solving a math problem now. You can reverse it, but that's just reversing a timeline. That's not reversing an offset. You can't grab an offset. There's no way to grab any sort of local offset. I can only add offset. So now I need to calculate our current offset from the data we have available and reverse it within the amount of time that we have left. Very annoying. Timed plus moving platform logic. I don't want to add in another timeline, but I could do another timeline. But if we're already pulling the current timer amount, I could probably use that to dynamically... What am I trying to do? I need to back up a sec. Going down is easy. I get it. We just add the offset. Easy shit we already have. Not a problem. The offset works beautifully in this case. Well, not there because I was messing with something. But it was working just fine. What did I accidentally remove? Is that a head bomb effect? It's a camera shake effect. How do you notice that? That one little thing. So crazy. You disable it? I can. But sucking game, yeah. We've already talked about removing it, but we're gonna do a total overhaul of the camera again. I don't want to mess with the camera for right now. But I'm gonna make cameras from scratch. I don't want to use their bullshit system, and I don't want to use the spring arm. They both have their own problems, so I just want to make something from scratch that solves all of our problems. Right now, I need to focus on math. I was pushing it down before. Movement data divided by... Why would that not be pushing it? I don't want to have to make another time. I don't want too many timers. We do not want too many timers. No bueno. Oh, because it's pulling the default. Clear that for a sec. Yeah, offset is good. Offset is good. Since the player can jump off at any time, we do need to calculate exactly how much the player has moved it. And we need to begin that lerp. I wonder if we could do like an F interp or... just run an ease function, which is over time. We use the current alpha. Let's just keep it linear for now. Cool. Not... God, shut up. The ease won't be stopped though. That's kind of my problem here is I don't want to use like an ease because it wouldn't stop until it has finished. The player jumping back on would do nothing and could even bork it. But for now I can just test if the general idea works. Then we can move it over to something more robust that can handle if the player jumps on and off mid transform. Again, I cannot do this in a simple way because I can handle it normally if it's like an elevator problem, but the problem is now I need to move it in an additional direction that is not associated with the original one. And it is completely controllable by the player jumping on or off. This is where it gets complicated. Single platform, unmoving, fine. Jump on and off, we have that. We have to do the two movements at one time, and we need to accommodate multiple different up vectors, different behaviors that are already tied to the timed platforms as a whole. The spline is universal. You can apply any mesh or actor to this spline. We need to keep that universal. That is within here. Ideally, we don't have to touch that today. And we need this timed platform to work with spinning platforms. We need it to work with moving platforms. Ideally, this should work. Okay. Current timer amount. We are reversing, so we need to move between our current would we need to cache that? I think that'll freak out. Kids going crazy in chat because a tribe in Namibia has no clothes on. Yeah. That's Africa. Yeah, we need to cache that. Hold on. Hold on. Because your platform has more than one stage, it's complicated. It's because we need to be applying an offset. We cannot apply... We have to be applying the offset. It has to be an offset, but I can't get to the current offset. I can only add current offset based on delta. So in order to reverse this, I need to calculate the current offset and reverse this using, ideally, not another timer, but the current data that I already have. But if I do make a timer, then I need to adjust the timer's duration based on the initial platform's duration and lerp it based on its current amount to its original position. So it's additional layers of shit that I need to manage. Elevators easy, doors easy. I can do elevators and doors in my sleep in like 30 minutes maximum. It's this combination of the two that is really annoying. Yeah, it has to. The offset is the cleanest way to handle this, except that it's like barely supported by blueprints apparently. I have only add offsets, no get offsets, no easy grabbers. So because of the way that timelines work, I'm gonna have this slight fluctuation. Even if I reversed the amount that I'm adding offset, well, now there's slight fluctuations in the way that timers run. So now I have slight errors that add on to each other over time. I can't have that. So I can't just add local offset with a negative amount. I now have to do it in a different way that lerps to the actual local 0. Kill me. No, we cannot have 2 splines running at the same time. I do not want 2 splines. That's too much kinematic overhead. First proof of concept, and then I can optimize it more. Does lerp work correctly? No? The lerp so fast. Where's that ease? Hold on. Let me do an F interp. Or just do B interp too. Good. Try that instead. Would it be similar in Blender to do this? I don't know. Don't ask me. Just put in 3 seconds for now. Do a 3 and a 2. Those will have to be dynamically calculated. But for now, just keep it slow so I can watch it. Why is that immediate? Why is that not caching the right location? Why is that so immediate? Okay, don't bind the reset. I'll handle that manually. Like, if we're calculating this dynamically anyway, then we can just do a custom delay before the reset. The natural reset. I wonder if it's just firing multiple times. The way collisions are wonky. I think it is. I think it, which isn't a problem for like firing the timeline, because of course, you know, we just play it. It just plays from where it is. That's okay to fire multiple times. There might be no way to avoid using an additional timeline. I didn't want to have. Because I don't feel like we need it if we already have a timeline. And it's giving us the correct lerp. The problem is I'd have to normalize that between its current location and I'd still want the amount that it raises up by to be consistent with the amount of time that's actually left, so not the current timer. Hold on. I'll stick with the local offset for now. What's up, Denick? What do I want to do? I want to ignore chat. That's what I want to do. I want to ignore chat. I want to think. Get the percentage that we moved down. Guys, just ignore splines. Whatever you think the problem is, it's not what the problem is. What did I name that variable? Current timer amount. That's what I thought I named it. I will find a way to resolve this without any additional timeline or spline or anything like that. Should have all the data here, I just need to get it put in the right place. I'll try doing the relative. Although I thought that broke something before.
Oh.
This is the easier one to get working. I'm not worried about this one. I'm worried about the one that's on the moving platform. Yeah, adding the relative should still work. I'm really upset that the offsets are not better supported by Unreal. That bothers me. We'll get it working right now without worrying about the player jumping on or off again. Then we can handle what happens when the player starts messing with it themselves. I'm ignoring chat for right now, I apologize. Okay, this alpha will not work right now. I need to normalize. Let's assume that the player jumps off halfway through. We have an alpha of 0.5 on this, because the platform is halfway down. We need to poop back up, but if I shove the 0.5 into the alpha, it's gonna jitter halfway up to where it needs to go, which is 0, right? So relative location is where we start. Relative location of 0 is where we need to end up to. We need to would that not do it for us? Wouldn't that? I think that would. I'll organize it later. Because this won't really handle things in the greatest of ways. And we would need to set up the do once, but for now I just want it working once. The multiple hits bothers me. Yeah, see, that still snaps. Oh yeah, because we're at 1. I need to reverse that. Normalize. Do. We just run that. Unless we are having the multiple firing issues. No, it's just not updating. Cache, relative location. At 1, that should reverse. Oh, because we didn't cache the current timer amount. We also need to do that. That's why. That's the issue. Because we were constantly updating that max, so it was always sitting at 1, obviously. But the current timer amount... That's the problem. Yeah. Just the dynamic handling of the timings will be the annoying aspect to it. That one is not moving back up. I don't know why that didn't. Pretty sure I set that to reverse. Fading as long as it doesn't go fully down. And it just stopped. Didn't do that to the other one though, did it? What would be different about them? I mean, it's the default. Unless it's the respawn. You know, it might be the respawn. Yeah, it's the respawn. That's a separate problem, though. We will need that working with spline events, and I have no idea what's going to happen if I do that. As long as we reset what needs to be reset, like on respawn, then it should be okay. Look at a notification. Oh, tickets for this year's Digital Dragons are on sale. Oh god, I wonder how expensive it is this year for another shitty application. Pretty expensive. It's pretty fucking expensive. More pricey every year, and it doesn't really get better. Oops. I mean, running this on a custom event would be smart either way. Don't need that printing right now. We can bring that back if we need to. Since it's all handling based on the current timer, which is what we wanted initially, then we shouldn't have to calculate timings for that. Does event finish fire with a reverse? I'm not sure. Yes, though it's dirty. But it's dirty because of the initial overlap. It shouldn't be a major problem. We fixed it here by doing a quick check. That's why that delegate is probably not going to be a great one to use here. But I don't want to put it here either. I wonder why that triggers multiple times. What would be considering the initial overlap? I could look into that later. It shouldn't matter for this, it'll just reset this cache multiple times. It is what it is. Could have no visible change here. Be good, but this time it'll be resetting the cache. That will matter for respawning of the moving platform. Don't think... Yeah, let me do one thing here. It'll plonk out. We're making progress. We're making progress. It should be fully respawning a new actor as far as I know. Let me double check that. Yes. It'll be deleting the old stuff, that's good. Issues with that. Does a spline event restart? A spline event to restart will just restart it back at the start, but it would maintain its current offset. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go to jail for murder one of these days. Test spline 1. Spline event, children ID, spline 1. Undestroy, event restart. I'm gonna set this to platform actor sync. We're gonna lower the speed down. Keeps me on there actually, which is pretty funny. That aspect actually works correctly. I don't like that it keeps the player on there, although I don't think right now we use the restart functionality at all. I hadn't anticipated that it does that. I would consider that a bug. But maintaining the functionality of the event is as expected. Is there any other time where we move that? And also, right now we just have it following the world up vector. The relative aspect works correctly here. Well, not really. This is where we need to add an additional control for moving. Because the relative offset right now is minus on the actor's you know, it's basing it on the actor's relative location. And that wouldn't look good for the use case that we want to have this for, which is like little rocks sinking in. Works fine on static, not for moving. When our moving actor rotation type is different. We don't want to control it through here, of course, but we need to have it separate. It's because it's relative. Because it's relative. Is that what we want, though? Is that the correct behavior? Not really. I mean, I could get the... Can I get it normal from a rotation? What am I trying to type in here? Wouldn't it just be the actor up vector? Let me test it. But I just multiply that. Unsure. That should have the same effect, but if I change this to what's the world one? Get world up. Vector up. But it's still relative. We would need the... I would need the difference. I would need the difference between the actor up vector and the vector. God. It all comes back to quaternions. It's relative. But the quat between normals would not be... Yeah, it just generates the smallest rotation of the sphere. We have issues. Issue is... up vector. World up vector. Adding relative location though moves it in here. We needed to move it down. I can't add world location, right? I can add world offset or world transform with the delta transform. Would kind of solve, I mean, this would trade one for the other, but I can switch between that based on like an enum, right? So I need to see if that functions expected to. I don't do dick because of that. Yeah. That would be easier than fucking with the with quaternions and doing it that way. Just doing a switch on enum. Because we still want to go back to 0 relatively anyway. It's just how do we want to add that that onto it. Okay. Okay. Save all. Time to movement. We need an enum. Local or world. Movement type. Save. Close, don't save. Highguard seems like a decent game. I don't know. I watched some gameplay of it. It didn't look like bad, but I also just don't see what the selling point is for it. Like, it's a bit old school in the way that the game mode plays, which I think is fine. That's cool. I kind of miss that. But if it's kind of like mimicking these old school games, why wouldn't I just play one of these old school games that already exists, which has better performance? I don't know. Give me a sec though, I gotta go to the bathroom. We shouldn't have any issues with invalid structures. I don't see anything. Okay, we're good. Here be. Okay. Sorry, I was not reading chat while solving that problem. I don't like to read chat for a couple reasons. Number one, I like to solve problems on my own. And number two, I have very specific problems with how this needs to be solved in a way that if I have to explain it a billion times, it's not really gonna help. I just had to hyper focus. It is what it is. Yeah, it's you guys didn't do anything wrong. It's just like I gotta think about the problem. Probably a bunch of slop genres. High guard, high guard, high. I'm not the target audience of high guard, I'm gonna be honest. So even if it like is good, it just wouldn't be meant for me. To me, like Arc Raiders is my jam. But it's only because the game is so friendly to PvE players. Hard to get work done with a distraction. Yeah, it is sometimes. Slop is great. Micro slop, Ubislop. Using AI for something, you're not generating your slop rating. We pin that. It's so beautiful. I also don't like to use AI to solve things. Explain something, sure, if I don't understand it or I can't find any other info about it. But I never want it to solve my problems for me. I actually get really upset if it tries to do that. It takes me longer sometimes, sure, but you know what? At the end of it, I learn something. And I get smarter because of that. Slop rating is a really good word, yeah. I really like that. Can we turn it into like a whole family of verbs? Like, what you doing over there? You slapping? Sounds a bit sexual. I'm in. I just went in the basement and he was just there. It was, the lights were off, his pants were down, and he was slopping. Haggard could have been something incredible. I see what they were going for, but damn, they really messed it up. Game needs foundational reworks. I can only tell you what I watched. I watched a little bit of it, right? And it was kind of like while I was getting ready for the morning. So I definitely did not pay as much attention as I should have. The tutorial looked very poor. And there's no AI enemies, so it's like telling you how to play the game, but you don't really get a good sense of how it plays. And this does have a negative impact on the rest of the game because now players are trying to learn how to watch or learn how to play the game, but doing it in their first few sessions while nobody knows what they're doing. So it's like the first few sessions are awkward for everyone. That's not good. That's not that the game is bad, but rather that just this is the initial experience that everybody's going to have with this game. I noticed too 3v3. That's fine. But the maps are massive. They're way too big for 3 vs 3. There isn't enough interaction with other players, and because there's no AI enemy elements to this, it's just like there's a lot of running around and doing things. But I feel like that works when you have smaller maps. When you have those concentrated, well-managed, like, resource node areas, or like one shared resource node area where people have to fight for control over, right? Like, that's good. That's really like old school objective based PvP games. And again, I bring back Bad Princess on the PS3 as a really good example. Very old game, some of you might remember this, maybe not. To me, this worked because you had AI enemies and you had player enemies, and maps were relatively small. And so you played your class, you know, you built defenses, everybody had their role, but roles were decided by players in real time. You know, it kind of reminds me of like, you know, TF2 had that too, right? Where you could just switch your role mid-game. And I like that. I like that because it introduces some level of dynamic choice throughout gameplay and strategy to counteract the other team's strategy and choices. And here with like being able to build up your base, prepare for an attack, that's great, but it's only 3 versus 3. So it's like, well, you either send out your whole team to attack, or you have like somebody building up the base, but because there's so few people, it just feels like it ends up turning into a team deathmatch, regardless of if there are deeper choices to it. Yeah, yeah, right, Titanfall had minions, and I think Titanfall having minions helped a lot too. It's exactly that kind of, that same kind of experience. The developers of the past feel the same about you using things like UB5? In what way? Let's add content on that flies under people's radar and doesn't get labeled slop. There is. The only benefit we have right now with AI slop is that the people using it generally don't have the ability to do anything beyond with it. So it's kind of easy right now to see the slop versus the either very passable or completely non-slop. But I do think that is going to be a harder spectrum to separate. Okay, default is going to be local space, so the way it is now, I believe... whether or not we set this to same as spline actor or follow spline directly, well, it may look weird. I gotta test it. I think it's gonna look really, really awkward. That's local. I think it would just be exacerbated, if anything. So if we change it to world, then it would just be an offset. Or I think it would just act as an offset. Sick of AI slop as much as I am user of it. Talking about AI shit. What do you guys use AI for? Because like I use AI. I think it's become my new replacement for Google. If I'm like looking for aggregate data, right? If I'm looking for something specific though, AI does do a pretty good job of like giving me the links. So most of my usage is just replacing Google. But I don't really use it for like work things. Nothing really in game dev I use it for. I don't use it to generate any code or anything like that. Or assets. I think it's okay. It's basically just acting as an offset in this case. It might get a little bit weirder if we do X and Y, but I don't have any current plans to do X and Y offset for the syncing platform. Ignore the camera jerks, because it's an issue with the camera system. Veronica, that because of how attention and models work, the models are literally better if you have more knowledge. Yeah, that is kind of true. And I think too that the benefit that you get from AI is probably greater if you have more knowledge and critical thinking skills. So it's almost like AI is making smarter people smarter and more productive, but it depends on very key factors of how we define smartness, right? And same with like the opposite, to making dumber people dumber. It's how we define this. I think it may, maybe we can say it this way. It's making people with strong critical thinking skills smarter and people with poor critical thinking skills dumber. That would be my hypothesis. That it has nothing to do with IQ, but more about critical thinking and use cases. Which is kind of not any different than the internet as a whole. Like, people can use the internet already to watch slop that has nothing to do with AI. So it's a new thing to accomplish nothing new. Is that offset actually correct? Something about that looks weird to me. I can debug it though. It isn't about the model size. It's not what the ladies say. From of which part of the model gets activated, which is determined by attention. Your prompt, more knowledge and better vocabulary allows you to shape that attention better and activate more specific parts of the model while leaving undesirable parts. No, I can see that. I think that's spot on. But also, the more knowledge you have, the more that you will be able to tell when it's actually like either lying to you confidently or it's just plain wrong. Also, usually confidently. I think the search performance versus constructed tree data structure for indexing. Watching a police body cam vid, man got arrested because the casino's AI face recognition software had him 99. I saw that. I saw that one, C-Spawn. I absolutely saw that one. It was wild. They were just so, they were completely trusting of it. And he looked similar, don't get me wrong, like he looked similar. But he provided ID. It was absolutely wild. Oh wait, no, we should be able to do that. I don't know if I'll see it though. Maybe I should draw a debug line. Yeah, see, that's local. That is not setting it to world. Can't get that to draw on a different layer, right? No. I think a debug line, though, would do it. Yeah, see? And I don't think there would be any difference between those two. Yeah, the local is understandable. World is not working based on world. Well, it is. But it gets stuck to that, that's why. It's not adjusting. Hey Gregory, how's it going? Use AI as a search replacement and for rewriting dot files. Sometimes check my tone and communication. Yeah, I think that's a pretty chill usage of it. I like to use it for rewriting too, although I don't do it as much nowadays. But rewriting is nice because it's like, I don't want it to add anything new to it. I just want it to, you know, condense like some notes, right? So I can just check it to make sure that there isn't anything wrong in it. So it saves me time, but at the same time, if I'm not practicing condensing my notes and rewriting them, then I actually get worse at that style of communication. So nowadays I just don't use AI for any work-related activity, really. Use the Ludus AI plugin? Which one is that? Well, you'd be surprised, Spawn. Universally, people attribute more value to artwork that was created by humans. That was true before, and it's true now. Additionally, people attribute value based on the amount of time that it took to make it. And so if AI is reducing the amount of time that it takes to make something, people will naturally attribute a lower value to it. And both of those things, I think, combine to have the same outcome. For UE5? Oh, I haven't used that yet. The relative location works. Adding the world transform though. Not so sure. And thanks for the follow too, Gregory. Thank you for letting me stop by. Hey, absolutely. Hope you enjoy it. Whole value in time, human versus AI, that doomed in every medium. We'll see. People are not attributing very high value to AI created artistic content. And the cheaper that it becomes to make and the easier it becomes to make, the lower value people are going to attribute to it. Because if they can make it, why pay somebody else for having made it? I think AI, like generative AI, is great though for pre-production. You know, like generating concept art in game dev, or not concept art, but generating references for concept art. Because sometimes, you know, it's easier just to, instead of searching Google for 20 minutes to find the right, I don't know, stop sign that you're looking for on a road, you can just generate that. But some things I think are easier to find in Google, some things might be easier to throw on a mood board from AI. But I don't like it touching my production at all. No point. What's the point in making games if it's not humans making the games? And I think AI tooling can be very useful too for certain things. They were already doing that? Well, if somebody doesn't have the money to afford something, then they weren't a lost sale. But that doesn't mean that the appreciation or belief of value is any different. There are different reasons that people engage in piracy, and it's very important to just have distinctions between those. I agree with you, Paxian. I haven't seen any use of AI right now that can replace humans in game dev. It competes with juniors, but it doesn't replace them, because a junior learns and gets better, and it still has that human element of spontaneity. The AI doesn't. And the AI has very poor context length comparative to a human. Even somebody like me, who has the memory of a goldfish. Technically, this is working. Technically, this is working. But it's because it's adding a delta. That's the only reason it looks weird. It's not really a bug, more just a feature of how the spline movement, which is also delta, transform, and then we're adding another delta transform to result in a completely different transform based on when the player actually started to apply that delta. I don't think I'm against that, but it does need to go into documentation. The world is working very much correctly here. If I switch that back to local, huge weakness of current models is a complete lack of reasoning. The fake thinking and reasoning tokens doesn't have any lateral thinking or awareness, so it never quite gets there. Yeah. And I mean, that's purely why I can't use it for like any work related activities, because it doesn't actually really think. And with game dev, you know, with like Unreal Engine, and it just, you know, Unreal Engine is constantly changing. I almost 90% of the time it just gives me some bullshit made up thing like, oh, enable this thing. And it's like, that has never existed in the engine. It's like, oh, thank you, you're right. That doesn't exist in the engine. So why'd you tell me? Now this looks good. This looks good, but we need to accommodate that in our documentation for this. We'll double check it with spinning obstacles. See what's working with that. Clear 4 data. Arms data. Let's do 3 arms. Or maybe 4. We'll do 4. We'll do... Oh, that's a mesh. Child arm actor. Sinking platform. And clear the mesh. And we can just rotate these a little bit. Even if it says you are right, this does not exist, I might suggest doing the same thing again in the next paragraph, or something else that doesn't exist. And it's like, Jesus Christ, I could have just solved this myself. What a waste of time. I think this is going to look really weird because of the delta. It's okay for local, but I'm worried about how it would handle with world. This will be scary. Which is why I kind of wanted to solve it with quaternions instead. Or... it's not an issue? Is that because of how the rotation component handles kinematic movement? I bet it is. This looks wild. Imagine that these were either bounce pads, which we can do, or like icy platforms. Because again, we can do all that. Not very nice, but we can do it. Here we'll do bounce pads. Ooh! Oh, if we kind of sit here, it's okay. Eerie because they're floating. It is weird. I actually don't really have like a natural reason why we might have spinning platforms in our hard sci-fi facility. Apart from like fans. Yeah, like big fan blades, sure. I have no other use case, even though I think they're totally cool and we can do so many cool things with them. When we use a mesh too, we can have, we can do material overrides and everything. We should be able to. Yeah, so we can individually change the materials on arms. And that works with multiple material indices too. So like that one's mud, and there's ice. So now one of them is a little bit icy and muddy. We can do one that's just full ice if we want. All driven by physical materials. Right now though, the feet IK are really broken with ice, so it's kind of hard to visualize how the player is sliding, but it is fully physically based. I need to solve the IK problem. It was fine when we didn't have feet IK, but now we do. Magnetic locking mood enhancing trampoline blocks. Mood enhancing? Why does that sound like something out of like Portal or something? Where they just say it's mood enhancing? And like as a player you're like, this isn't doing anything. But I kind of feel happier because it told me that I'm supposed to feel happier. Like, wait, then is it working? Okay, I'm not unhappy with this. I'm not unhappy with how this looks. It's not perfect, and there's still an issue with the adding delta transform. But it's only dealing with world. I don't know if we can solve that. Okay, the real question is, do we need to solve it? No. Not really. The only use case we have for the sinking platforms is for our lava sections, where you're supposed to be climbing on, you know, like rocks that are in lava. And so as you step on them, they're supposed to sink. We have only two use cases of this, right? We have normal moving platforms, which we just, you know, updated. And these, by and large, do not follow such weird tracks that doing a local offset is going to be problematic. Like, a local offset should be just fine. I'm getting good at that time skip. The enthusiasm might overwhelm us. I like having a problem solved, but I have to ask myself, like, do I actually have a problem here? Do I have a use case where that specific problem is actually going to be a problem? And I just don't. I have to do really wonky things with the moving splines in order for that problem to actually be present. And then the other use case is just the normal timed platforms like this. So I don't think it's an issue. Here's something me think of the camera while on a spinning platform. Right now your game appears to prefer wherever the player is looking instead of character turning with the platform. Yes. And by default, it won't do that, and your character will have complete motion sickness just turning with the platform. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. But you can turn that off. However, I can show you the problem. Give me one sec. Where did we fix it? Oh, it might have been way too long ago. Wait. Refactoring platform. Where did we add ALS? Pretty sure Fall Guys does the turning or some similar game. I can never put my finger on it. So yeah, initially the third person character turns with the platform, and it's horrible. It's absolutely bad for a platforming game. However, if you turn off the boolean to orient with the way the player is facing, then the player will like stay spinning with the object. It's hard to say. Easier to show. So we had to do a custom modification to the character movement controller to get the character facing the way that the mouse is looking, but also not turning with the object that they're standing on. And I can share the code of what that looks like if it will actually load up Unreal here. I don't know why it's not loading. Oh, now it is. This is the theme song from our game that we have released on Steam. Such a banger.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm gonna send Delta Force.
I'm not loading up Cauldron Chronicles. It's from Coin Pusher. I haven't loaded up Cauldron Chronicles for like a week, okay? Give me a break. Okay, this is our old controller, the standard third
And
person.
in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I gotta look at this myself.
Is this exciting to you?
Wow. What a view.
What a view. Yes, it is. Okay, so this is, yeah, so this is our fix. As you can see here, if I load up the third person character. I just don't remember where we had to put it. Aim. It wasn't an aim, was it? Custom rotational fix. Okay, so if I unhook this, this is our custom rotational fix. We're spinning. Oh yeah, because the orient rotation to movement is turned off now. We don't have the player rotating to the movement of the camera cursor, but it fixes the problem with the rotating of the And then by default, what we have is orient. I believe this is turned on by default. Is this. Nobody wants to play a platforming game, especially a precision platformer, when this is happening. God, please no. Although I don't know why the mouse orientation is now not working. I must have unhooked something else. So, in order to fix that, we had to add in some custom code here. We turn that off. So we have the camera rotating with the player's mouse. And then this and there. Now the player is always facing the way that they want. Or actually to the input. Our new model with ALS is even better. And here we just do like a very fast f-interp to the player's input to mimic the effects of when that boolean is off while having the camera effects of when the boolean is on. So if you're in-game dev and you're wondering what we did, turn this boolean off on the CMC and run this code. It deals with my favorite thing, quaternions. The new character controller, though, now orients according to the player's desired rotation. So we've kind of fixed, we have the best of both worlds now. And I think it looks really smooth. I'm happy with it. Although no, I think that the ALS camera had that fixed already by default. I don't remember. Well, it's funny. I mean, by all means, I'm glad that I could show it to you because I didn't think about it either until I made spinning platforms and the camera started rotating and I'm like, oh God, that's horrible. How do I fix this? It looks horrendous. But yeah, the new one now is, I think, just way better. Because now he moves as you rotate too. But if you were to apply input, you know, he quickly responds to that. And we don't have the camera issue. His feet do a little bit of a dance, but I think that's well worth the price to pay for good character controlling. Just out of reach, huh? Aha. Cheated. Oop. Yeah, this project has been immensely beneficial to teaching me a whole bunch of weird quirks about the character movement controller, good and bad. And learning some cool ways for doing different platforming activities like bouncing certain things. Oh. So if I had to guess, this actor was not updated or when I refactored the movement of splines. As is evident. That must be using some very old data. I should probably fix that. These ones are okay. These ones are still okay. Just that one I think is borked. An easy fix though. Set that back to default, whatever it was. Yeah, and these are okay too. Okay. Yeah, it was set to 100. Why don't you try to land on the fast-moving platform for the ultimate brain twister? I set a limit because we did check like what was the maximum limit before movement started to get really wonky. So I do clamp it. But I even set it so that only the top of the of our bouncy pads actually bounce the player. And we only bounce once the player is actually standing up there. That was a bit annoying to get configured. I thought these bouncy pads would be easy, but they were pretty hard. Especially the issue is like a box is easy, but imagine if we have a mesh that is a lot more complex. If the player hits any face of that bounce pad, it's gonna bounce them. Well, we don't want that. So instead what we have to do is remember all of the actors or meshes that bounce on us, and then release them to allow another bounce after a certain amount of time to prevent multiple incorrect bounces. So behind the scenes, they're a little bit crazy, but they do work. I just never expected to have to do that for bounce pads. But I wanted to have like the ultimate platforming toolkit. And I think we have that. Or at least we're pretty damn close to having that. Okay, we need to get this sorted with organization. I need to then write about it in the... I have like 1 hour, because I want to check out that Fable gameplay. But I need to get this organized, I need to get it documented. And then we're good to go. Are there any of these delegates we don't use? Stepped on, Dart, stepped off. I only use Start. I'll keep the delegates there, but we don't use them right now. We're dispatchers, so delegate. I could mention 2 resets. Resets with player steps off. I almost wonder if we should cache or use an additional event for... Is there any time we might want to reset that? Maybe on like reset timer? But sync is specifically kind of meant to be reversed. I don't know if the syncing feature would actually work with any other step off behavior. I suppose I could try it. theoretically it should, but there might be some quirks I gotta iron out. Okay, so this will just continue. So if the player jumps on and jumps off, it's just gonna continue sinking. But it doesn't respawn. And I don't think we want it to respawn. Continues, continues, continues. That didn't respawn. We break something? Oh, there's one issue here. Not related. What's up, Sean? XQCB Forsen's record with what? Do we handle the destruction and disappearing separately? Should I make this a child of disappear? No. No, because disappear doesn't do anything. With Minecraft? What did I break? That timer by that update cool. Where am I destroying the mesh? Or setting it to invis? In the update collision. Was it? Where is that gate run? On respawn. Okay, respawn should be getting run though because respawn timer. Oh, did I modify the respawn? No, respawn timer's 1. Huh? It is respawning it. No, it isn't. It's not destroying it. I'm so confused. Oh, because this is running update collision, but with remove set to false. That's why. Yeah, because I'm not running the update collision. I could duplicate that in sync. We only want that to happen though. Update collision. It is set to respawn, but it wasn't telling it to... We weren't telling it to remove the collision. So we do need to update collision. We then need to reset the initial location of it, which we could do in the base. Can we just... Isn't there like a reset relative... Yeah, reset relative transform. Is there any reason we wouldn't want to do that? Right now... It should move it back up, we won't see it disappear initially. Okay. Now it should disappear as normal. Plonk. Reset. That looks fine. We'll change that to stop. I don't imagine anything needs to be addressed here. It'll just keep sinking until plonk. Looks fine. We know reverse works. However, we have that issue. Now that shouldn't happen. Although respawn might still mess with that, right? Yes. I could invalidate... Well, what do I need to do here? Custom code when timer finishes is still running its parent. I could determine, before we run the parent, I could determine if we should be running the parent. Because, like, don't set up the respawn timer if we don't want this to respawn. Shakama, thanks for the follow. Happy Tuesday. That looks good. Except that it didn't reset the ability to stand on it. Because... why is that the case? Why is that the case? Let's watch it. See if that reset gets wrong. Did there... running. Is it because... no. I broke something. What did I break? Why did I... did I break... did I break anything else on these? Did I break all platforms? No. Looks fine to me. Just this one, it's the sinking one. How's it going, Turning Cog? How goes the Floor's Lava, the video game? There's already a game for that. Actually made by the same developers as, not this game. As Don't Starve. Oh, Hot Lava. Good game. A pretty cool one. I don't think enough people heard about this game. Kinda sad. You're in Perforce? What did I break? The reset should be running when the player jumps off. Oh, it's when the timer reaches start. Back? What was that? What do you mean? What you talking about? gonna bet we aren't... Oh, Cat22, thanks for the follow. Quick, let's gas. I don't like Perforce. I've used Perforce a couple times. I never liked Perforce. The floor is lava. Have you heard about this game? This is 7 years old now. Well, 6.5. But it's a good game. I know the lore behind it too, because I met the two co-creators of it. The husband and wife couple were working on this game in their free time, and they pitched it to Clay, and Clay decided to produce it into a full game. Pretty cool. I install the Steam Revenue Estimator extension? Yes, if I wasn't looking on Steam on the app. Why are we resetting this on timer reach start? Because I'm wondering if that is not applying when we are resetting the... I bet we're not setting a new time on respawn. I can try doing that. Actually, is reset timer getting hit when we are doing this reversal? Well, it's reversing the time of the... Well, this should be getting hit again. But it's like the update isn't. It's running reverse timer. Why? Because finished was set to true. I see the issue. That should be pretty easy to fix. The issue is that it reached that phase just fine, but then when it got back up, we were setting that boolean, which wasn't allowing it to restart. And it's still not allowing it to restart. Hold on. Did I misinterpret the problem? Oh, annoyingly though, it's gonna print all these. I really don't need all these anymore. I only need this one. Maybe I misinterpreted the problem. Oh. Is it? When does this normally get reset? On reset timer. Okay, but why would this not be hitting? Is it? Is it a timing issue? I bet it is. It's a timing issue. %100% a timing issue. Okay. That makes more sense. I'm wondering why we fire that here and not then here, which would also fix the problem. I don't know if there was a reason that we did that. Good to me. Looks good to me. Timer data should apply here, because we should have, I believe we've decoupled everything from the timer data on the syncing platform, so adjusting that should not change a damn thing. It'll increase the speed of both the up and the down. 1000, 2, 1003. Awesome. Yeah, and respawn timer just gets ignored for the syncing platform, as long as reverse is set to true. Which I can put into the tooltip for that. But it's only for syncing platforms, right? Why did we make it like that? Couldn't we just destroy it like before? Do we actually really need to do anything special with it? I do like the idea of being able to step on it and not have it destroy and come back up. Especially because we can use that in areas to not really... Like, not every sinking platform needs to be one where you can fall into the lava. I think it just looks cool if, like, a platform kind of sinks a little bit into the lava, but you're still meant to stand on it for as long as you want. Like, I think that's cool, and we can do that. So I'm okay with that. It's a very specific use case of this anyway, and we can always make a different variant if we need to. Restart behavior should work like before. Restart actually just totally works with it. Ooh. How should restart work with that? Probably need a new event for that, or we reset everything. How's it going, Frozen? Are we there yet? No. Nope. We've always been there. What's with this sudden push for No Rest for the Wicked? It's a good game. I think they just released like a big update, didn't they? It's been in early access. But I'm pretty sure I just saw the CEO tweet about a new update. Yeah, the Together. So they finally added the co-op for it. It's a really good game. It's a really good game. It's the same developers as Ori. Like, the art style is really strong. The cutscenes are great, and the lore and story are fantastic from what we played. Are they AAA or AA? They would be more along the lines of what we call III at this point. Small team, large budget. But it's a weird distinction at the moment. But from what we played, I played way back when it first came out. I loved it, and I said I will play this all the way through on stream when it finally releases. So whenever that happens, we're going for it. Budget's the only thing that matters? I wouldn't say that. I think team size does matter. Probably more than budget in some cases. Because budget is relatively scalable based on where you're paying people and how much you're paying people. Like, Poland is, you know, 3 to 4 times cheaper to develop games than anywhere else in the world. Well, Western countries, right? Using that budget to outsource, I would count outsourcing not as part of the core team, but as part of the total workforce. Where you get budget and what the people who gave you the budget matter quite some. I agree with that too. I mean, let's be honest. What does AA, AAA, III, indie, what does this even mean anymore? Don't ask me to define it, because my definition will likely differ from other people's definitions. It could be me, Rex, and Kotzber working on this game, but the moment we get a publisher, we're technically not independent anymore. But people would still call us indie. Could we just respawn? Oops. Yes, though it's weird. I think I'll put in documentation that we probably should avoid using, what was it, respawn and, hold on. There were 2 messy step-off behaviors, right? Or was there only one? No, reverse stop and nothing is okay. So we just want to avoid, told to avoid using restart, step-off behavior. Respawn timer is ignored when reverse step-off behavior is set. I think there was one other thing too. World movement type is additive. Which may have weird results on moving platforms. Those are like the 3 quirks to this that we need to mention. Not a fan of early access, and having a sale on early access game defeats the purpose of it being early access. At that point, it's just the game. Well, why can't you have a sale on early access? Like, the game is gonna be, like, this game is cheaper in early access than it will be on release. And it's even cheaper now while on sale in early access than it would be at full release. And I think you can fairly trust Moon Studios with their very storied history of development. But I would say that No Rest for the Wicked would not be the same game without early access, just because of how much feedback they've used to reshape their movement system and other parts of the game in the last couple of years. For the better. When is the full release? When the game is done, it's for the full release. You think it's not worth retail? They just want copies sold? I'm pretty sure they're selling a pretty good amount. Like, the game is well reviewed. And it's sold a lot. And I don't think they need more money, because this is Ori. I mean, look, they got 30,000 reviews in the first game. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the most recent one. The first one is 13,000 overwhelmingly. I think they're doing okay for money. Any review, by definition, an unfinished game? You either update your review as you play, or you just don't review it at all. Like, my review is based on their old movement. I will have to update my feelings about the game. But I liked what I played so far, and the story was good. But most places aren't going to leave a review for this game until it fully comes out. They might give an early access review, but they're not going to do... They're not going to do a full review till the game is released. I mean, you make money, like, early access is a good reason to make money early, sure, but it's also a way to get feedback. Like, it's both. But in almost every case, an early access game is cheaper to buy in early access than on release. We will be raising the price of No Rest for the Wicked for the launch of the 1.0 version. The currently lower early access price recognizes the game is still in development and the valuable time it takes for gamers to give honest feedback. Like, I bought the game because it's cheaper now and I know I'll play it because it's a game that I like from a studio that makes good games. And it also gives them the opportunity to take the time to develop it as they see fit. Take the time to make it. Which I think is worth it for a game that's supposed to be, you know, quite new and interesting and artistic. What games can we point to that went from early access to full release? There have been good ones. There have been a lot of good ones. It just depends on what developer it's from. But there are a lot of well-known games that are still developing in early access or have released from early access. Almost all of Clay Entertainment's games have been early access, I believe, except for maybe Don't Starve. And even to make it cheap, you know, the $20 range isn't much better barrier to entry versus more. It depends from who. It depends on what the game is. At least for me. Okay, what do we want for the class defaults? Billboard, climbable, no mesh override, keep default, step off behavior, we can set to reverse for default. Respawn timer, platform timer. Movement minus 100, local, good to me. iGuard should say they're in early access. Live service games are a little bit... I won't say that you're wrong, but just live service games always have a weird distinction because by definition, a live service game is not complete when it releases. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a need to add more content, and they would call the content DLC or expansions and not just, here's more shit. I wouldn't mind if Steam had a distinction between, hey, this is a live service game and this is not a live service game. I don't know if that would be beneficial, but I could see myself liking it. Huey 2 is live service and early access. Warframe, technically, back when, before they had, you know, early access, they would have classified this as early access. But they've just always said, oh, this is our beta. It's still an open beta. By the way, this is a disgusting amount of hours to have. $3,000 hours. Are we happy with this? Are we happy with the syncing platform? I'm kind of happy with it. Should we see what it looks like in like one location or a couple? Like in the game? Let's do it. Enjoyed waiting. What did I have to wait for in Warframe? Did I do a lot of waiting? I did do trading. Just wait for stuff to upgrade in Warframe unless you give the money. Okay, well, so here's the thing. You can trade in-game for platinum. So I was so high level that I could farm end-game areas and earn enough platinum from trading with players. My account probably still has quite a bit of platinum on it. I wanted for nothing. Well, it was really easy. It was really easy to grind for plat. Like, I could just play, and any duplicate stuff that I got, I just sold for platinum. I was making bank. Because all the people who didn't want to actually play the game would pay me for all the things that I got. I just like playing the game. We could replace these. We could do... Let's try it here. Replace selected actors with EP timed platforms. Well, hold on. I don't know what I set these to. No climbability, we did 3 and 3. So these should slowly sink into the floor, into the lava, until we die. Yeah, they should. If you're in game and you've already done the whole process to get there, so you can, yeah, I mean, But here's the thing, like, for me, I didn't have a problem waiting in Warframe because waiting in Warframe was not that bad, number one, and there was always something else to do while I was waiting. So I never really felt like I needed to wait for something and have it available immediately. And I still have in the game like 100 forma, right? Because I could just have these constantly being produced, and I would never use them fast enough. Maybe they changed it now, but at least when I was playing, it wasn't that bad. Okay, I like this. The timing is a little bit different because we need to adjust the timing to account for how far down it needs to move in 3 seconds. Well, I think I have it set to restart and not reverse. No, it is set to reverse, but it's not reversing. It's because I bound... Hold on. I know the issue. I know the issue. It's because I did this. It's been many years since I played, so maybe they made it worse. I tried jumping back in, I think like last year or something, just to see what had changed, but I'm like, bro, I don't have time for a forever MMO again. Christ. That's what I call those games, are forever MMOs. You're not meant to quit. Okay, that's better. It changes the climbing a bit. How tall are these platforms? Like, how big are they? Because 100 units would be... Would it be 1 meter that it moves down? It was actually about 1 year ago that I quit playing any Forever game. I do not play them anymore. I will try a new MMO. I will never make one of them my home again. I refuse. It's over for me. I'm too old to get engaged with a game where it just constantly is grind, 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 grind. With no real benefit. I mean, it looks like it's a meter thick, but I don't think the 100, well, the 100 is, it would have to be 200, because 100 is halfway through the mesh or something. That doesn't feel true. That doesn't feel right. Get relative location. Holy sh... So annoying. You're not a fan of them anymore either? Much more rewarding gaming experience when there's an end. Huge emotional thing with gamers, that they never want their experience to end. Thus you see devs making that an artificial feature. Do you think it's maybe age too? Like when I was young, I mean, if you promised me a game with, like, you know, endless amounts of content, I'd be like, hell yeah, let's go. Now if you tell me Here's our game. You get to play for 5 hours and it costs $10, but it's a really highly like, you know, AAA experience or something. I'd be like, okay, I'm in. I mean, maybe 5 hours is not the greatest example, but let's say like Uncharted 5 comes out and they're like, here is a 15-hour storyline, $60, peak, top of the line. I'm like, let's fucking go. It only said minus 60. Didn't I set it to minus 100 or did I set it to minus 60? No, it's set to minus 100. Because of this weird amount that I'm doing here. What am I trying to do here? Timer data is 3. Is there any way that we can actually ensure that it reaches this amount at all? Wouldn't it be borked either way? Well, no, we can base it off of timer data. We need to know how much to move it based on that. So if it's 3 seconds long, and we know we need to move 100 units. Well, we don't know how often this should update. I could put a delay in here to carefully manage when it updates, which is probably what I have to do. Or I could base it on the current frame rate. Oh, that sounds dangerous as fuck, though. No. We don't know how much this will fire. It'll just be every tick, but a tick, in our case, is frame time. So this is already set to frame, so a delay would do it because that's separate. We can set it to something small, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Because the player's only going to be stepping in one at a time anyway, right? But if it's 0.05, then we know that it's 60, not 60. We're gonna have 20 ticks of this per second. It'll get chunky if we do that. We could lower it. So platform timer multiplied by 20 gives us our number of chunks. And then our amount to move divided by that will give us the initial, the amount to move. So that should guarantee 100, but it'll be chunky. As long as I didn't mistake my math here, which I probably did. Oops. I feel like some of the greatest games are forever games. There are people who've been playing Zelda for 1 to 40 years. I don't know. I mean, because greatest game is subjective, right? But I don't disagree that some of my most favorite games are games that are considered forever games, right? Like, I love Minecraft. I have thousands of hours of Minecraft. It's kind of a forever game. I have 3,000 hours in Warframe. I have close to 4,000 hours in Path of Exile 1. I don't dislike my amount of time spent in that. I only went to 76. Something is wrong with the math with that. Let me print. I'm gonna take that off a sec. I just want to know how many times this hits. People hate FOMO. Also make it easier for you to hate those forever games as you grow older. I think it depends on what kind of FOMO. But I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you more than I disagree with you. Put it that way. I have to think about it. What I'm gonna test this in the other level. Why does that seem different? Oh, because I changed it from times 20 to times 100, so it was increasing the amount. I don't care about the distance right now. There's just the number of hits. 187. Well, it's because I'm running with VSync. But if I turn VSync off, wouldn't that increase? Hold on, it's because I have it forced through the editor. Yes, the answer is yes. The answer is right now it will move you lower based on FPS. We don't want that. We do not want that. Not a good thing. Does this should synchronize because it's based on time. It's gonna look chunky right now, but we can modify that. What is 60? No, even that is modified too. I know what we can do. I know what we can do. We can add in a separate track. And instead of running the update, I know what we can do. I know how we can solve this. Hopefully. Hopefully. If we add in an event track, how many do we want to put in here? We can add in as many as we want, but it just depends how much we want to break this up. Or we could dynamically add it, but that would be dangerous. I do know that you can add in events to an event track at runtime. We do that already. I don't think we want to... No, we would have to. Because we don't dynamically scale the length of this track. And it would get choppier the longer that it is. Oh god, but that's dangerous. That's really, really bad. No, we can't dynamically add. What am I trying to solve? Right now, we are updating per frame. We are adding in a delta transform. The problem is, you get more ticks to that delta transform based on your frame rate. So, you would actually have the platform moving further down based on your frame rate if you have higher frame rate. That's not good. We can't have that. So I need to decouple that and have a specific number of update firings. There should be a fixed step update. But I would think that that would be game time. But that didn't seem to work. Can I not just run that off of delta time? There is a way I can fix this with the timeline. But it's it would not be, I don't think it would be good. It would fix it, but it would not be good. There might be something with like fixed. Time warp, that's for sequencer. I decoupled the... There's a way that I can solve this, but I decoupled the physics, but this is not a physics tick. If I can't guarantee certain firings of this, then it is always going to have a messed up time. So I need guaranteed timings. I thought that the delay, which works off of game time, would handle this, but it is still different between 60 and 120 FPS. Just kind of scary to think about. And I don't think I should have automatic correction for frame rate because any variation is going to throw off that calculation. So that's not going to work. And that just seems like a dirty solution anyway. What I know for sure will work is setting up an event track and dynamically adding in I could do it when the player steps on, but I worry that that would just be a lot of loops to run through. An accumulator? Use that in terms that would a 5-year-old would understand. Because we could run this. I don't know what the overhead looks like if we needed to add numerous amounts of this. Every tick we add, simulators greater than 50 do update. Wouldn't that still be dependent? Because the amount of ticks that are happening are dependent. Ticks are run, you get 1 tick every frame of the game, so it would still be dependent on frame rate. Unless I'm misunderstanding it. I mean, couldn't I do something like that where we use delta time? And let's say we use the 250 milliseconds, right? Or just let's say one delta time just for the sake of it. Then we could just increment and check if current delta time is equal to incremented time plus 1. If so, fire. I mean, it's easy to test. It's better than the solution of adding events, because like this works because we don't have that many events to add, but if I have to add in, like we need more events in order to make it more accurate. But I can't be adding in 180 events to a timeline. That's just not going to work. Like I can still do this increment, but what I should check is we would need to cache this, right? I think. I'm gonna offset it just for testing. Cache to delta time. Although I don't know if that still runs when the game is paused. It says it's affected by time dilation, so I think it is adjusted. I can always use game time. I know for sure game time is adjusted for pause. If we need to. If World delta time is equal to cached plus our increment. Theoretically, this should fire once every second. Completely decoupled, right? Maybe I'll print. Maybe I'll print every time it fires just to see. We can always watch it too if we want. Maybe that'd be more cool. I don't know if I set that up correctly with the math. Oh, cause maybe it should be set to 1 first. I don't know. I'll just watch it. That isn't firing at all. Why? Oh, because world delta seconds is the amount of frame time. I'll do get game time. That was the backup option anyway. Molluskio, thanks for the follow. Yeah, see, that's firing every second. No problem. Cheers, man. Accumulator updates while the accumulated delta time is above the threshold. You get constant update rate based on time. Is that not what I'm doing here? Just we probably should be doing a you know, not doing an integer, because that would of course limit us to every second. You're doing that example instead of paying attention. I'm caching the current game time, and then I am grabbing the game time and checking if it's greater than the cache time plus an amount, and if so, we fire, which will be completely independent because it's game time, which will be adjusted by time dilation, and pause will correctly affect it. We just don't want to be doing a integer. We probably want to be doing a float. But that's easy to fix. Current update time. We'll have to reset the current update time, but I can test this once. Then I can fix that. That won't keep firing, right? No, it shouldn't keep. But we set this to something like 0.05 or something. I'll organize that if we can get it working. Why do I have a bad feeling? I feel like there's something I'm missing about this. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. But it hits about minus 56. It does not seem consistent. It does not. But it should be. Like plus minus 1 or 2 ticks based on the time that it gets updated, but I would feel like this should be consistent. Let me try to count increments again. I mean, the error threshold should be pretty minor. It's weird that it slows down, though. No, it's very large. Joseph Ammonia, thanks for the follow. I think I just butchered your name. Sorry about that. I don't know why this doesn't make sense to me. You think maybe it's like hitting this too often? What if I did like a do once? Do that first, then reset, allow for another one. Debug pipe, maybe? I don't think it would be, though. 169. That's a good number. 161. $146. It shouldn't be that significant. Like I did 0.05 on the $180 it returned. Am I actually doing this correctly? Current update time. Cached delta time plus our threshold plus the current time. And then we set the current update time equal to the current update time plus the threshold. Something seems weird about that. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Count updates per second instead of piping out the raw number. How many seconds should this be working on? Is it like 3, 2, 1? Three seconds. With 0.05 then we should be getting far fewer updates. Than 120. Or it's because more than one of these is happening every tick. I mean, that would be the only reason. Which would make sense. I could delay... But that would force it to be maximum 30 a second. So it shouldn't be greater than 90. Or... Yeah. Capping that to 90. So more than one is definitely happening per tick. But it would, again, we face the same issue where that would go up the moment I turn off VSync. Man, I did not think this would be a problem. I'm doubly surprised. Well, I guess I could throw in a delay. Why didn't the delay work before, though? Why did that not? Why would that not just produce 60? 51. Probably because of just a slight difference in like the starting point or something. Just, it's so weird. Though theoretically that shouldn't change based on frame rate. It's different, but not significantly so. But still not consistent enough that we could have a precision platformer based on that. Could I... Oh, you know what I might be able to do? Async physics tick. That should call, right? No, probably because physics isn't enabled on this. Theoretically, if I did, would that tick? Did we enable substepping physics on this project? No, we didn't. But I can. Tick, tick, tick. Tick group. Why is that not fit? I guess it would only apply to physics. Weird that that doesn't tick though still. I could set the tick interval. And we could run it on tick. That's not a great result, though, and we might still run into the same problem. Now I can have that print. Okay, so... is there any possibility that I could hook into the sim seconds for that, or delta seconds? Because the event async physics tick should happen completely separately to frame rate. I'm wondering if that would be a bit more reliable. I can run even like this. I don't know. No. Yes. So on the top we have the frame time, below we have sim second. Is there any reason to believe that would be different from just grabbing the the seconds of... well, apparently it is. Apparently it is. But the async physics tick should not be different based on frame rate. Because it's standard. So it's basically an engine. Why can't I find it? Oh, it's editor. I would imagine that would be completely static. It would be like an engine. What am I trying to say? Oh no, that's quite different. Like adding the delta time together, every frame would be pretty reliable, and the thing that needs to do the event is I'll loop them. Add it together. It's not being reliable. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm doing, and it's not being reliable. It's weird. But it's the first time that I've needed to deal with... well, it's not the first time, but it's like, it's the first time that I've needed to be so precise with adding in that transform based on delta. And you would think that it would be reliable.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
I'm not opening it. You relax. There is the alternative. There is the alternative, although now I'm worried that if that's variable, then potentially a timeline could skip events if they're too close together. We have no constant, you know, we have no time constant here because the time constant doesn't seem to be actually calculating correctly. Wait, I mean, I could understand if it like misses a tick. Or maybe the update threshold should be equal to... I don't even know what this one...
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I am flabbergasted. Really deduct the tick rate from the delta time that is saved up when the event fires. Oh, oops. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Instead of using a custom threshold, I just switched it over to delta time. Something with the way that it was calculated with a custom threshold. That was fine because I didn't let it finish all the way. So now it's plus minus like 1. Which is what we want. Plus minus 1 is very much doable. Okay, so fuck the update threshold. Get out of here. I don't want you. Your mom doesn't want you. Your daddy doesn't want you. What did I want to do with that? I needed to use that to determine the number of, or the amount that we need to move. We have 1 for each. Okay, well actually let me guarantee that this is working the way we need it to. Probably isn't. What's up, Alicia? Yeah, see, we have the same issue. Okay, nope, never mind. Never mind. It's fucked. I need to like lock it to some amount. But I can't even do that because that won't guarantee it. That only guaranteed for people that get above that amount. Let me go to the bathroom. And then I'm having 1 almond. 1 almond. I need my power up. Your system's asynchronous or synchronous with the tick rate? One of these should be they should be synchronous with the tick rate. Game seconds isn't, but it was acting like it was, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. Alright. One almond. One power almond. Just one. It's very good. It's very tasty. Let's redo our times. Let's redo all the math here. I did see high guard. Oh my god, I can't even swallow the almond right now. Let's redo this. Let's redo this. No, I can't take another. I had a lot of bad stuff last night. I had cookies, cornbread, cheese, and pretzels, okay? It's too much fat for one meal. Get some space here. I'm gonna keep the increment in. If we want to skip the do once, we can skip the do once just for the time being. Testing fire alarms in your apartment building? Nice. That's amazing. I'm so jealous. So my plan was get game time, right? In seconds. We cache that. We cache the game time. And we say, okay, let's take the cached time. It says cache delta, but it's cached game time. And we say, hey, yo bitch. Are you greater than? Or we can do greater than or equal to if we want. To the cached time. To are greater than or equal to that. Wait, no. Is our current time, sorry. Sorry. Greater than or equal to the cached time plus a static increment. We're going to do something easy to determine here. Let's do 0.1. We could either recache the delta time or the game time if we want. We can recache it, but instead we're going to add it with the current update time. And if this is true, we're going to take the current update time and set it equal to itself plus the increment. Which should, independent of frame rate, carefully control the number of ticks we do. And we do this once to ensure that we're only updating it once and we aren't letting it go in until it's updated that number and run the code that it needs to. So regardless of frame rate, this should run, what, 30 times? $85. Why is it 85? Hold on. It'll be 90? 3 seconds, 0.1. Oh no, we're letting it do it 10 times per second. Yeah, but it's 3 seconds. Oh, it's weird. Oh, it's really weird. Is it not finishing with this? Should we try it without the sequence? Like, it'll do it like really slowly? In what doesn't feel like 10 per second? But then this time it like kind of skips it, but then goes fast? It like doesn't start by doing it 10 per second, but then it kind of catches up and then starts doing 10 per second. I'm just flabbergasted. I don't even know what's going on. I wonder if there's a potential issue with this firing multiple times. Because I think it is. And I could see that being a pretty big issue. Oh, it's because it's not caching when we are stepping on. That might explain a lot of problems that I've just had over the past 30 minutes. Ooh, that might explain a lot. It's my start. Hold on. That might have been the source of a lot of problems. Or it fixes nothing. You're gonna hate me, Hermit. You're gonna hate me, but I think I just accidentally put the cache in the wrong place. was like, oh, I'll just put it with my other caches, you know, because of course you use a cache at the same time for whatever reason. Oops. I was like, wait, this resets when the player steps off, not when the player steps on. It's fixed now. The problem is gone. Oh, fuck me. I'm cooked today. It's so over for me. I'll keep it incrementing for right now. I'll keep it incrementing. How many times do we want it to run per second? It needs to be low enough that it's smooth, but I worry about it getting too high and looking weird. 120. I completely forgot what I was gonna do with these pieces of information though. To get the time, we can calculate how much distance it needs to move per increment if we have a static increment amount. We now have a static increment amount based on the platform timer. It's 120 at 3. This means we have 40 per. Does that line up? 0.25. Yes, that is 40 per second. Which means we can take platform timer, multiply it by 40, get the amount to move. So 10 over 120. Yes, I mean, I could also just divide it by the time increment too. That might be smarter because then we don't have to change this. Do that. There will be a little bit of a rounding error, but I don't think it matters too much. I don't want to get too low with the time increment, but the lower we get with the time increment, the less any sort of rounding error matters. The shorter the platform timer, the more it might get jittery. So it would have to move, well, either that or if we increase the amount that it should move, but I think under the small scale that we're using to work with that, I don't imagine that's going to be an issue. It's not noticeable right now. But now we should be able to print the distance. I can bring back that sequence because the sequence might be okay now. This is such a small amount of like code to run in that amount of time anyway that it should easily be doable in a tick. So letting it wait for that is fine. Yeah, and I want to print the relative transform of the mesh. relative location, which should be equal to minus 100 now, like intended. Thank the Lord, it's minus 100 with a small little bit of rounding error. That's not an issue. That is not an issue. It's extremely minor. It's extremely minor as long as you don't jump on it again while it's going down. Because I believe we are not taking into account the current timer amount. We're getting the raw platform timer. We need to... I need to multiply this by something. I will need to cache this too. Wait, can we use the cache timer amount? Cache timer amount 1. We can use the platform timer minus the cache timer amount. Oh my god. Just kill me. Why is that not working? Because our amount to move is not taking into account our current relative location. But that relative location only matters for relative location and not for world transform. Something seems fucked up. Because we're running a fixed number of increments. Whereas before we weren't. It wouldn't be an issue. This wouldn't be an issue if on the delta time cache, we take the current update time oh, I spelled cache location wrong. Now it's good. I can kind of tweak it to prevent an unwanted number of increments by accounting for the current number of increments But the cache timer amount can't work because the cached... That might be the issue, is because we're not caching that when we step onto it. That might be the problem. Because the cache would be incorrect. I'll go down to 100. Yeah, we're still doing the fixed amount. Timer. It'll be our 0 through 1. We know the time 0.25. We can take the current timer amount and just do a multiply. It's not setting it correctly. But that should have accounted for the current update time. At this point, my brain is fried. I think we just come into tomorrow and we take a stab at it. I have the fixed... I don't know why this is an issue now. I have the fixed number of increments. We should be able to easily calculate how many increments we should allow by taking the time increment and multiplying it. Well, not by the current update time, right? It would have to be the current timer amount. Hold on, get timer, Dad. It's actually, this isn't true, to be fair. I did mess up. That was getting the wrong number. I go to 100. All good. Still goes down to like negative 122. We can see it snapping back up. Where it's lurping between the cache location. Well, cache location is always the relative location. Is it actually going down to a different point? It's well above the box. It's no longer well above the box. Oh, it keeps pushing it down. We are logging increments. Does it still say 120? Yes. Does it say that's fewer than 120? That one's more than 120. Timer reached start. I mean, that could be why, is that that's not even firing until we don't even cache until we hit this point. So maybe this cache is literally still wrong. Wasn't that supposed to be player stepped on? Not timer reach start? It's like missing a couple of ticks. Actually less accurate if you jump on it when it's close to already being at its lowest bit. But that can't be because it's like missing a couple of increments. I mean, it would be more than a couple increments that it's missing. Sometimes I feel like the only person here who knows jack shit about game dev. Even how I ended up here. How did you end up here? It's mostly fixed, but I wonder about time. On 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, stop. Time is okay. What we're looking at is like a plus minus of 5 units for error. I could run a clamp, but I worry about the world transform variant. Because I worry that this would be incorrect. Discipline, what's up? Hello, pizza rolls. Dude, I wish I had pizza rolls. That sounds really good right now. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I'm hungry as shit. I don't really have pizza rolls in Poland. They have pizza rolls in Poland? They've got to sell pizza rolls somewhere in Poland. Do we accept a plus minus roughly 5 units? I think if I tried to do a clamp, it would provide... It would not be good for world transform. If I had to guess. Let's think here. Do it if I did a clamp. I think it would look jittery. I mean, I can try it. But I really think it would not look good. Can I do a clamp on a vector? Size max? I don't think that works. I'd have to clamp each individual. No, there's gotta be a way. Clamp vector size, min max, but that would be on the X, Y, the Z, right? Magnitude, size, length clamped between. Yeah, but we'd have to do it. We'd have to do each individual. It's gonna look a little messy for a second while I'm testing this. Ignore it. And that would be on our movement data. What? I think we'd have to like min. Well, it moves down, right? So the relative location moves down. So the minimum is not. It would be dependent on whether or not we have a value that is. Oh, it's dirty. Let's just do it for this right now. Because I don't think it's going to look either way. You have an interest but too lazy to learn. I hate that things take so much effort. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Yeah, game dev is not great if you want fast, reliable results. And nobody who makes do this to become a successful game dev. Snake oil. And confirmation bias. Actually, the clamp does kind of work. The clamp kind of works, but we would have to clamp it dynamically based on where we're actually trying to go to. Because it depends on if we're going up or down. Would there be a built-in clamp for vectors that would work better here then? Clamp vector size. Probably. Clamp vector size between the cache location and this only assumes uniform values though. I think we would have to handle the X, Y, and Z differently. I'm just going to throw it in for the sake of it, and we'll just say, yeah, this is broken, but you know what? Our use cases of this platform are very specific. So we will be happy with it. Yeah, phone stuff is pretty, it's pretty nasty. Problematic since it assumes negative value on axes. We know our iterations number is working. Is very messy. Its location based on movement type and amount still left to move based on current cached timeline. Lane, you don't always have something playing in your ear. Ever since getting a phone that didn't have a, maybe this is my age talking, but ever since getting a phone that didn't have a headphone jack in it, I listen to a lot less music on the go. In fact, I don't listen to any music while I'm walking around now and doing stuff. Because I don't like Bluetooth headphones. I have very small ear canals, so they don't really fit and they hurt. AirPods could work, but I kind of just enjoy being out in the world. I don't know what it is. I just enjoy existing. Uses game time to determine not variable, static, constant number of ticks to do for movement update. Oops. What did I just do? Alert back to root. Headphones jackless cucks, and yeah, I'd have music or something going on while I'm driving. No, but like driving's different, and like at work is different. But I mean, when I'm like walking around. Because at home, you know, or like right now I have Spotify open. Just with my regular headphones. I pressed, oh, full screen, that was the, I wonder what I pressed. Connects into timer to update platform location. You know, it is a bit lonely. But is that a bad thing necessarily? You know, it kind of forces you to introspect. Maybe for some people, I really like introspecting, but I guess some people might not like introspecting. When the timeline finishes, long as don't have reversal behavior, destroy the platform. Manually respawn the platform. Findings to parent events. Let's double check and just make sure. These all work correctly. So we have reversal. We'll do nothing. Stop. Restart. First issue found. I broke it all. I just broke everything. I fucking broke everything, man. I broke everything to make one version of them work. It's over. Why is that not still running? We're doing the respawn. When are we running this? When are we firing this? Unplayer stepped off. Yeah, why is that bound to that? What did that fix? I noticed two problems. That one looks okay. That one's weird. Like, it doesn't restart. Okay, well, I told it not to respawn, to be fair, so... I mean, that's one thing. But it looked like it was hitting red before it hit the 3-second timer. Maybe that was just my imagination? That's kind of weird. Or it's because we're not running the cache. And I did this to fix one problem, but it actually caused another issue, which is... not grabbing the right movement time. Yeah, 0, 1000, 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3. Because we're not doing that, but that did cause an issue where oh. Okay, that could be abused. I want to fix it right now, though, of course. Or is it because the collision is still there? Oh no, the collision's gone. Yeah, weird. I think this issue was happening because of the manual respawn. I don't know which one this is. This is like 2, I think. Even though it caches those again, it shouldn't be an issue because we are basing it off of the current timer amount and then the game time. So it kind of just should be updating the information, but not really dramatically changing anything. If we need to prevent that behavior, we can, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. It definitely shouldn't be right now. Is the... the stop variant. This reversal. That's the version that was supposed to fix the respawn. We probably only want to do that on a restart. I'm not sure if current update time should be nullified here, though. Or if that was causing the problem. Yeah, we currently don't use restart. I did add it because it was easy to add, but I doubt there would be many cases where we would use that. I think I put in my documentation too, like, yeah, tell to avoid using restart step-off behavior due to snappy movement of platform. Respawn timer is ignored when reverse step-off behavior is set. World movement type is additive, which may have weird results on moving platforms. I think we're good. I think we're good. What a pain in the ass this was, though. I didn't set that to respawn, that's why it's not respawning. Are we sure though? Respawn 0, respawn 0. That shouldn't be getting respawned. But I think it is because of this. I think we just need to recheck if we just need to check if the respawn timer is. Or restart behavior. It feels a bit scuffed. It's scuffed indeed. Okay, so this shouldn't respawn if we destroy it. Although we wouldn't be using this platform anyway, this version. Beautiful. Wait. Why is it doing that? Respawn timer is 0. Oh, because I did greater than or equal to 0. I need to just do greater than. Because what we check is less than or equal to 0, so we need to do just greater. Now it should respawn. Wait, okay. And now they should respawn. 1, 1. Pain in the ass. Pain, pain, pain. 1,000 years of pain. Oh my god. I was gonna write up the documentation today, but I think we'll just save the documentation for tomorrow. I don't think it would be that significant anyway, would it? I'll do it today. I don't give a fuck. I'll do it today. You guys get me for some extra time. I don't like leaving this undone. Whatever. Whatever. Functions. Technically, these should have descriptions. Your function for grabbing data. Or I think we only set descriptions for like most direct pieces of info, but it's fine. Respawns the platform. Updates collision for the platform. You've given up on God of War. Feels like you're having to force yourself to play. Oof. Is this the only one we made? Was this new one? Yes. Current amount. The timer. A float between 0 and 1. Notes our percentage through the timeline. I mean, maybe just story-driven games aren't your thing, because it is mildly linear, right? There is some exploration, but it's all story-driven. Cool side areas, though. I don't remember if I platinumed that game. An interactive movie. It's got quite a lot of gameplay compared to some quote interactive movies. But yeah, if you're just looking for like non-cutscene fun, it's not gonna be. I can tell you that. It is story driven. We did get a copy of the config. Yeah, we need it. You don't like Atreus? This is on the sync though. I want the defaults. Let me grab just a regular ass platform. He's just a little guy doing little guy things. Was Atreus worse? Atreus. I found Atreus more annoying in the second game. Well, the second new one, right? Ragnarok. I did not like Ragnarok as much as I liked just the God of War. Okay, what did we update today? Or did we just add in... We just added in the movement behavior, didn't we? Or the movement data? I think. Horse for a grandson. You're thinking too deep there. Movement data is amount to move and movement type. That's a vector. We don't differentiate between like vector 3D, right? No, we do differentiate. Because there are 2D vectors and 4D vectors. And that should specify the enum too. Who's Loki? Well, see, now C-Spawn is gonna get spoiled. Although he's gonna quit the game anyway, so I guess he can get spoiled. Where's my movement? There it is. The amount to move the platform when the player steps. We should note only works with sinking platforms. And this is whether to move the platform in local or world space. If you're okay with spoilers, and if anybody else doesn't want to be spoiled, just cover your ears for like 10 seconds. Loki is Kratos' son. So he's a god. But like Kratos, his son is also a god. Yeah, Atreus is Loki. That was the name that his mother gave him. And you find this out during the game, and that goes to his head. And now Kratos is starting to have to actually be a father to this kid. Yeah, he doesn't want, because he doesn't want Atreus to end up like a, you know, basically murderous asshole like him. But when Atreus learns that he's a god, it goes to his head, and he, you know, Kratos is like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, we are gods. You know, who gives a fuck? It's a whole thing. It's a whole story. If you want, you know, if you want to experience the story, just you can go type in God of War movie. And you can watch all cutscenes. There was not the horse thing. When do we get to drop him off to Odin? Second game deals a lot more with that, because we get Thor and Odin big time in those games. You wouldn't. I don't think you would like him in Ragnarok, Seaspawn. At least I didn't like him in Ragnarok because he was just obsessed with. I didn't like the whole prophecy thing. It didn't really work for me. The horse plot would have been better. He's a kid. We can't be going around doing weird things to kids. Not anymore. Did I update all those things correctly? No, because we gotta organize the thinking platform blueprint. I gotta make sure I'm not printing anything still too. No, we're not. They call Kratos a bad dad. Well, Kratos is kind of a bad dad. Like Kratos, when you start the game, Kratos basically just ignores his son, and is like just treats him as dead, you know, just meat. And so when he learns that Atreus is a god, he doesn't really give a shit until he realizes what being a god has done to him, and he sees his son becoming more like him, and he's like, oh. Yeah, maybe I'm not a good role model. So he realizes that he has to change in order for his kid to change. So, you know, it's like a story about growing up, but also a story about fatherhood. And role models and, you know, nurture versus nature. Pretty heavy on it too. Incremental. Yeah, so Kratos ends up killing the Egyptian pantheon? Well, we don't know what they're going to do for the next game. The ending of Ragnarok to me felt really rushed though, and I don't know. I didn't vibe with the characters as much. I liked what they did with Freya though. I think Freya's cool as shit. Cached. Relative. Transform of the platform. Time of... Why is this different? Why is the cache timer amount different? I feel like we wouldn't need this if we... are caching it when we step onto it. I don't know. So Atreus is the name that Kratos gave his son, but not the name that his mother wanted for him. The name that his mother wanted for him was Loki. Because Atreus is a Greek name. Egypt had lettuce? Shut up. Shitty writing. I don't think it's shitty writing. I don't know what qualifies it as shitty writing. Reminds you of Robin? So the marriage between Kratos and his wife was weird. You know, it was very much like a godly marriage. They disagreed about what to name their son. Kratos went with the name of somebody I think a friend that he had when he was in the Spartan army. If I remember correctly, this is what it is. So that's what he calls Atreus. But it's not the name that his mother wanted for him. So I don't think it's the same thing as like a Robin sort of twist. Adoption? What was the adoption backstory, I'm curious? I don't remember that. I only remember I didn't like the second game as much as the first. I thought the first was like beautiful. It was like perfect story, well paced. And second one I just kind of forgot. The contrived internship thing in Ragnarok? I do not remember that at all. Next. Locational change. Amount of time to wait between increments. Modifies allowed ticks per second. Look, it's supposed to be Thor's adopted brother, but he gets super imbalanced. Atreus is still a teen, but Thor's a washed up old dude, so it just becomes a mess. I did like what they did with Thor. I did think Thor was pretty cool in Ragnarok. And Thor's daughter. I remember liking that. I don't like what they did to the dwarf brothers. Because that felt like it was just really... It just felt weird and then rushed at the end, and I don't like what they did with the characters. And I don't remember specifically. There's a whole bunch that happened in that. I played it once. I was like, okay, it wasn't bad. It wasn't as good as the first one, but I think this is okay. Well, see, you probably would have liked see Spawn the time where they go to hell, which I think you might have just gotten to because that's the first place they go, right? No, that's later. But there's a lot of confrontation that Kratos has in hell with his past, and Atreus sees it all, and so that's kind of a nice moment, very memorable. Oh yeah, you go to the elven place. Yeah. You wouldn't have seen this until much later, but I definitely recommend. I don't know if you get some time and you want to watch it, you can watch the game cutscene version on YouTube. There's a pretty cool part later on. And then of course you get the chains later on in the game. That's a big moment where you go back home and Kratos has brought a little present back from Greece, something from the original games, and so you unlock a new weapon, but not so new. The sinking class is a timed class for timed platforms, means that at the end of the timer, or that during the timer, the platform will sink lower as the player stands on it until reaching a defined point in the data, or defined like offset. I don't think we learned about Norse mythology in school. I think I did. I'm not sure though. And I know that I took like a Bible and mythology class, which was really cool. That was not forced on me, for anybody wondering. I electively took that because I thought it was interesting. And it was cool because the guy who taught us about like mythology too. So it wasn't just about the Bible, and it wasn't from a point of this is law, but more this is what's written here. Let's analyze the stories. You know, what do we think of the stories? That's about it. Really cool feature, really cool class. The reverse step-up behavior is configured. The platform will not disappear when reaching its target location. Instead, waiting until the player steps off. Looping the Bible into a myth class is low-key savage if you think about it. I'm pretty sure that's how it was too. Or it's because it was the same teacher that taught English. I don't remember. It was so long ago. All I know is he was a really cool dude. And he was religious. Like he was, I think, either like a Lutheran or I don't know if he was Protestant. I don't remember. I know that he was religious though. but he was teaching it from just like an analytical philosophical standpoint. Like, let's read about this Bible story. What does it signify? You know, what were the events that happened? And I really enjoyed that. This is such a dick. Annoyed. You study theology as a hobby? It's an interesting topic. I really, it's one of those things that, nowadays, I don't know if somebody like Jordan Peterson has a very good image in the spotlight, but back before he got political, he did a lot of really interesting talks about Bible stories. I really enjoyed watching those. They were great for like just mental exercise. Avoid using the restart step-off behaviors that causes snappiness and movement. Respawn timer is entirely ignored when reverse step-off behavior is set. World movement type is additive, which may have weird results on moving platforms. Reiterating information from above. There are a few specific things to note regarding thinking platform. Limitations. Didn't we change? Oh no, we didn't change the. Yeah, it's fine. That's okay. I think that's good. That's good. What the... Oh god, that was... I saw in the folder that there were like duplicates of all of our main folders, and I'm like, break something? Good. You know, we'll watch that Fable gameplay tomorrow, because today I don't have enough time. We can definitely do it tomorrow. Let's double check the main level. We also need to get the timed platforms area of this fixed. So I'm not gonna commit anything that we made today to main. We're just gonna keep working on this branch tomorrow, getting all the platforms back into the main world. But at least for now, these should move down 100. I just don't know how much that should be. That is the default. If we move this down, how much is it? 10, 20, 30, wait. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So we'll set this to minus 50 then. Because then that'll take 3 seconds to fully sync to the point where you will take damage. Those are set to local, reverse. They won't respawn, so they'll just come back. Not climbable. Looks beautiful. Now these should move exactly as expected. The only like dangerous part is that we would probably have to reconfigure some of the jump heights, because now you're lower when you're jumping. That's fine though. We're gonna do that tomorrow. Lucky thing to be born at a time where you can have your pick at any god that suits your preference. No longer are you limited to the god of your ancestors. I mean, also lucky to live in countries that will not. Some still exist, but I would hope that most of us live in countries that wouldn't kill you or persecute you for your religion. And if the price to pay is a Jehovah's Witness appearing at my door once in a while, I'm okay with that. Because they're usually nice people. I feel kind of bad because I feel like I could absolutely, without a doubt, very easily be friends with a Jehovah's Witness in real life. And they would be an amazing person to have. They probably wouldn't cause you major problems. But you know, them arriving at my door is not my idea of a meet and greet. One of these days I'm gonna go full chaotic good and just be like, you know, I'm not interested in becoming a Jehovah's Witness. Would you like to have dinner? Let's just do it. You know, you can tell me all about it. I'm not really interested in being religious. But let's have dinner. That is a chaotic good thing to do, right? Last time I had Jehovah's come to my door, it was this nice looking lady, but the first thing she said was, "Hi, have you ever thought about who rules the earth?" Like, you know what? I haven't. Do you want to talk about it over some chili and cornbread? Sounds like a fascinating subject. I'd love to hear your opinion on it. Like, I have no desire to be mean to these people. And right now it's just like, you know, no thank you. And they say, okay, that's okay, goodbye, have a nice day. Totally friendly. But before I die, I want to do something chaotic. But not chaotic evil, right? We don't want to spread more hurt and suffering in the world. You know what? Like these platforms here, we could have like as the sinking ones, but we could only have them sink like 5 to 10 units. Because like here could be pretty cool. Or if we think like this platform down Like these here could be pretty cool if we do that. They don't have to sink much, but just a little bit. We could do something like that. Throw $50 bills from a tall building, about 20K worth. That would be chaotic for sure. If I have to be chaotic in life, I'd rather be chaotic good than chaotic evil. Look, I'm not religious, but I do kind of believe in like societal karma. That if you do good things to other people, like hold the door open or something, or you know, pick up something that somebody dropped, it will encourage them to do the same thing to others, and eventually that will come back to pay you. Eventually somebody's going to open up the door for you and, you know, do that nice thing. Yeah, camera's poo-poo. We know camera is poo-poo here. Mantling is good. This is an indie game. We have to accept that there's going to be some clipping. And you know what? Elden Ring has a lot of clipping. And that's an amazing game. I'm not going to focus on those super hard to accomplish technical problems that probably aren't going to impact gameplay very much. But camera we will fix. The camera sucks ass. But now we have our syncing platform. I like it. I think that has more to do with knowing those other gods exist in the first place. I don't know if God exists. I'm more agnostic in that way. I don't like lumping myself into like a terminology, but I just don't know. Not sure if I'll ever know. Not until too late, at least. Are you a moral relativist? I've heard that term before. What does that mean? If he was, really everyone would hate him. I already have people that hate me. I have people that call me Nazi, homophobe, transphobe, all the phobes. I am everything. According to the crazy people. Yeah, I'm called a fascist Nazi, yeah. I am called that. There's no objective moral standard, good or evils. Make believe in all morals, social script. Nah, I don't believe that. In fact, I do kind of prescribe, I guess you could say, to Judeo-Christian value. I love debating like moral and ethical problems because I think that there are some things in life that are, depending on the nuance, depending on the circumstance, could be seen as good, could be seen as bad. But I'm not so black or white that everything is either good or bad, or everything is, you know, subjective. Nuance does matter, but there are some things that are objectively bad. But I do think it's better to observe and look into nuance than just assume that everything is objective. Yeah, I think that religion is actually a really positive thing when it's correctly handled. You know, it provides a lot of it provides a standard moral compass for a community to adhere around. And if that set of morals and values is positive for the community, then I think that's a good thing. And it provides a sense of community. You know, you can go to a church and you can meet other people, you have events and education that occurs there. You know, it's an opportunity for kids to play together. There's a lot of positives that come out of religion and churches, and I don't think that the baby should be thrown out with the bathwater. Yes, there are extremists in every religion. I'm not a fan of extremism, but that doesn't mean that religion is bad, or that believing in God makes you inferior or unintelligent. I don't think anybody has an answer for certain parts of life, and I don't think there's anything wrong with thinking that there is somebody above us in some way that has put us here. It's pretty incredible that a bunch of proteins have created life. We don't have an answer to that. I think one answer is as good as any. And if you practicing religion means that you believe that murder is bad, forgiveness is good, you know, doing things like cheating or physical violence are bad, that to me sounds great. Those are all good things. And if fear that you're going to be punished by a higher power is what keeps you in check, then so be it. I can't complain. I don't have anything else to do. I can commit to the branch, but I'm not going to commit to main until tomorrow. Tomorrow, what we need to do is we need to go through all of our platforms and update the ones that need to be syncing platform. That for sure. We can update other platforms to be syncing platforms too, like this one. We can take the scale, make a syncing platform, override the base mesh to be the cube with the same scale as this. So it'll be an easy day tomorrow, but kind of just tedious. I had it easy in that regard. I've never had the desire to do any of those things regardless of punishment or not. It's not difficult to be good when that is just your inclination. Every human could have been a Nazi camp guard under the right circumstances. I think everybody is capable of intense good and intense evil if pushed to the right points. To me, that keeps me in check, is knowing that I'm capable of just as much evil as anyone else. I just haven't been tested in those ways yet. That works for me. But now that's a whole like behavioral psychology thing, I think. Learning capacity are not the same thing. This is true. This is true. And then it comes down to like how much of that is nurture versus nature, right? In the desire part. And to some extent the capacity part. You know, when I see like somebody planning a murder for like 3 months, right? Like killing their spouse. To me, that's so interesting because it's like, okay, I can understand heat of the moment, prime of passion, that exists. You come in, your spouse is cheating, and you kill the person who they're cheating with or something. I get that. But you know, for me, when I have like a violent thought or desire, it leaves pretty fast. And I remind myself like, dude, that's silly. Come on. So when I see like it existing for 24, 48, 72, you know, hours, then week after week, month after month, I can't imagine what. Nah, man, dude, that's crazy. Crazy. Planning for that long, it almost becomes a hobby, like you're planning murder for entertainment. There truly is a next level amount of mental fuck up. And like these people, you don't notice it in real life. Like they will just go into work, they'll do their thing, and then one day they do the murder, and you realize after the fact that they were planning it for months. I don't know if we can ever solve mental health problems, but we can probably do better. I know we can do better. I mean, that's the coldest take in the world, right? Like, you know, new mass murder comes out. It's like, this person was suffering from, you know, paranoid schizophrenia for over 5 years. They had been off their meds and hadn't been into the pharmacy for 3 months, and the FBI was tracking them. And it's like, Okay. So... It's just that? Like, we're okay with that? No changes to policy. No. Prayers and hopes and prayers and what's over here? Oh, ban all guns? Okay. So nothing's changed. Anybody want to talk about it? No? Just walk around and assume that people are around us think similar to us because they behave sort of similar by external signals. Yeah, but it's almost like you think it's like a safety measure? Like we do it because it's better to think that than worry that every person you're passing on the street is about to stab you in the throat. Because most of the time it doesn't happen. Most of the time when you're walking down the street, unless it's Detroit, you don't get stabbed in the throat, or New York. Or San Fran. Added sinking platforms. Still need to refactor level with them. It's good though. I'm glad we got this implemented. I have like a to-do list, and this was on the to-do. I haven't touched it in ages though. Proper player triggered elevator, still need to do that. Syncing timed platforms. Did. Capsule check, too many false positives. We got one thing done. I've never been to the US, but I'm pretty convinced that if I did go there, I would either be invited to a family barbecue or get shot in the middle of the street, no in between. So I'm American, right? I live in Poland now, but I can tell you this. It's a massive country, and most places you do not hear about in the news. And it's because nothing bad happens there. But you never hear about it. Because, of course, you don't want to print happy things in the news because that doesn't get clicks. But there's a lot of places that are just not going to have problems. Like, the crime rates are low, people are friendly, you have good neighbors, prices of things are pretty good, housing is cheap. Those are the places you want to move to. Pretty sure that's true for the entire world. Probably, you're right. I agree with that. 100%. Most people do know anyone who's been murdered or know anyone who's ever been to prison. It is specific. It is very specific. And there's a lot of sad reasons for it. If you're ever curious, I don't know if you've ever watched like a show like The Wire. Amazing show. And I think that it does a good job of separating, but showing relations between like racial tensions with class tensions, but showing that nobody is immune to the negative effects of like the system. And I think that The Wire also shows you what people mean when they say systemic problems, but how it impacts not just one thing, but it has this trickle down effect, impacting oftentimes the lowest on the socioeconomic run. It's an amazing show. Most bad shit starts in boardrooms. You know anyone that was murdered? Murdered. Probably, but you're asking me to have a memory. Killed, yes. Not sure. You know anyone that's been sent to prison for murder? No. I don't think so. I mean, usually families don't like to talk about it, but I don't believe so. But I only really know half of my family side, not the other half. Families, right? You know, Forrester went to jail because he borrowed money from Hell's Angels, then he couldn't pay them. They started threatening him because he stole the dynamite stick from his employer meant for clearing routes and instead used to bomb their club. There's no way that's true. That's so crazy. You do for both, dude. I'm sorry, C-Spawn. I wish we could solve murder, but I think that it's impossible. Me and my wife argue about it all the time with the weird segue, but Mass Effect 3's ending. She thinks Synthesis is great. I think Synthesis is a bad ending. But we can talk about that tomorrow if you guys, because we're gonna have a lot of time to talk. If you look at this not knowing Hell's Angels, it makes the Forester look like a real bad guy. Didn't Trump recently say that he liked the Hells Angels because they voted for him? Holy shit, dude, that guy really does not have a filter. Alright guys, I love to talk, but it has been 8.5 hours. I gotta get going. I'm really hungry. Let's continue this tomorrow. We're gonna implement our timed platforms. It'll be really tedious, but like super mindless, and we can just chat about anything. Maybe High Guard is amazing. Who knows? Who knows? No, I don't need almonds. I need to go home. I'm gonna have turkey cooked with frozen vegetables. I'm gonna fry all that up. It takes like 10 minutes. Healthy, tasty, low in calories, filling. I got really addicted to making cornbread over the holidays, and I've had way too much corn. Alright guys, hey, have a great Tuesday. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you for all the follows today as well. And if you're watching and you're not followed, consider giving us a follow. It really helps us. Peace. Stay awesome, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.